Morning. And thank you for joining us for the meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. My name is Joanne Pacheco, and I'm the president of the board. Today is Friday, March the 27th, 2026, and we're commencing this meeting at 9:01. How was that? Good?
Good.
I would ask that all of us please place your cell phones on silent to decrease the interruptions. Additionally, when board members or staff on the dais are not speaking, please remember to mute the microphone in front of you to eliminate any interference or side dialogue being heard. For those participating remotely, please log on to the WebEx website provided and on the posted agenda for this meeting. Instructions to connect to the meeting are provided with the meeting materials. The preferred audio connection is via telephone conference and not the microphone and speakers on your computer. The phone number and access code are provided as part of your connection to the meeting. There is also a physical meeting location for participation in Sacramento at the DHBC headquarters, building first floor hearing room. This is an official business meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. When referencing the term board, it also includes the board's committees for today's meeting, and we will start the full board meeting, followed by the Education Committee and the Legislation and Regulatory Committee. Once they begin, we will proceed through the items as listed on the meeting agenda. However, the president and the chairs have the discretion to take items out of order if warranted. This will be announced, and if the need arises, we have worked in scheduled breaks at 10:30 for 15 minutes, 12 to 1 for lunch, 1 hour, and at 2, 15 minutes if needed for relief time. There will also be a short break in between each committee meeting and full board meeting to provide staff adequate time for setup. I would like to announce that there is not a closed session for tomorrow's meeting and was only indicated on the agenda as a placeholder. Also, I'd like to remind all members that the board's focus and resulting discussions and actions should be focused on consumer protection and not the dental hygiene profession issues, since it's all part of our mission and mandate. I would like to clarify that the committee member assignments have been changed since the board materials were posted for the public, and the members listed in the committee roll call sheets do not reflect the current lineup of board members on the committees. Michael Long has moved to the Education Committee, and Lali Agarwal has moved to the Ledge Reg Committee, basically swapping committee assignments, and also Lali Agarwal is excused from this meeting. The board welcomes public comment on any item on the agendas, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board acting on any agenda item. However, the board asks that the public comments pertain to the current agenda items only as it's being discussed during the meeting. Public comment is not intended to initiate discussion on the topic or topics not related to the agenda item, but an opportunity for the public to express their opinion for the board's consideration. Questions asked during public comment may or may not be answered at the board's discretion, especially if the questions pertain to an item not on the agenda where the board may not discuss it. The board does provide an opportunity for the public to comment on anything that is not on the meeting agenda, which is normally agenda item 2. Any questions about pending enforcement actions will not be addressed and should be communicated to the executive officer or staff outside of the meeting. I would now like to ask the DCA moderator to please explain how public comments are taken through WebEx during this meeting.
This is
The moderator for members of the public on WebEx, when we reach public comment, you can click the raise hand icon next to your name or at the bottom of your WebEx screen. Additionally, you can access the raise hand feature by clicking the ellipses and looking for the hand icon. If you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. When we reach you for public comment, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning, and at the end of your time, your microphone will be muted, and then we will move on to the next person requesting public comment. I believe that is all the instructions that I have.
Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to have the executive officer, Mr. Anthony Lum, provide directions and logistics for the meeting in the event we need to evacuate the building, restroom locations, and to introduce the board staff that are present.
Thank you, Madam President. If you all can picture that this building is like a cross, at each end of each hallway, there's an exit door that you'll be able to leave through if we do have to evacuate this building for some reason. I'm hoping not to today or tomorrow. But just know that there's exits at every end of the hallways of the cross. Also for restrooms, there's 2 small restrooms across the hall from here. And if those are filled for some reason, if you walk across the atrium straight across, there's larger restrooms down the hall and on the left-hand side. Now, I have a privilege to have my staff here for this board meeting. I know the board members do a lot of interactions with my staff, and they're back in the back on the right-hand side there. So if each one of you could stand up and introduce yourselves and tell us what you do, that would be awesome. And the other 2 we have on the dais here is Dr. Adina Petty, as everybody knows, up here on the dais, and Crystal Uyama, who will be the acting secretary this morning. So thank you all. Thank you all for what you do. Appreciate it. Turn it back over to you, Madam President.
And thank you for the introductions. That's very helpful. I would like to call the full board meeting to order. The time is 9:08 a.m. And I would like to ask board staff, Crystal Uyama, to please call the roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Lolly Agarwal, absent. Julie Elginer,
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Present.
Sherman King, Michael Long, Joanne Pacheco,
Present.
Sridevi Panala,
Present.
Nicholas Kietquach.
Present.
A quorum has been established.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 2. Comment for items not on the agenda. The board may not discuss or act on any matter raised during public comment section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments for the board to consider? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand-raised feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please click that raise hand icon, or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. I'll pause for just a couple seconds and see if there are any requests for public comment. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 3, my report. And as you know, my name is Joanne Pacheco, president of the Dental Hygiene Board of California, and here is my report. Here are some activities I've participated in since my last report in November. Number one, I continue to participate and co-chair the board's task force to address the creation of a violation and fine rubric for the dental hygiene educational programs who are not compliant of the California laws and Commission on Dental Accreditation Standards. We met in January and February to progress on a draft rubric. This draft will be presented at the Education Committee meeting for review and approval, where more information and discussion will occur. Number two, I participated in the DCA President's Training in February, where best practices and new updated information was presented for board members working in the board president role. It was very informative and provided an opportunity for individuals to ask questions and directly interact with the DCA executive staff. Number three, the board conducted an additional teleconference meeting on March 13th, 2026, where the members addressed the issues proposed in Assembly Bill 1952 Berman. The bill was proposed that the board create a pathway to license international trained dentists to be registered dental hygienists once specific qualifications are fulfilled. The board reviewed the bill, had a lengthy discussion on the issue, listened to public comments, and voted to take the position of oppose unless amended to have the Dental Board of California oversee the ITD population, as they believe, from the perspective of consumer protection, the licensing of dentists belongs to the Dental Board of California to oversee dentists. Number four, Executive Officer Lum and I maintain frequent and open communication for updates on board issues, so I'm aware of them as they arise or items that need my immediate attention. And that concludes my report. Are there any questions? Seeing none, are there any board member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person comments? Well, you guys are talkative today. Are there any WebEx? Question? Oh, you're saving. Okay, that or you're waking up, one of the two.
Did such a phenomenal job.
Okay, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for agenda item 3, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing star 3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 4, Department of Consumer Affairs DCA report on departmental activities. I'd like to ask the DCA Member Relations Representative, Lucy Saldivar, Deputy Director, DCA Board and Bureau Relations, to provide the report. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. My name is Lucia Saldivar. You can call me Lucy as well. I'm the Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations over at the California Department of Consumer Affairs. And thank you all so much for the opportunity to provide an update from the department. Firstly, we are excited to share that Chief Deputy Director Christine Lawley has been named Acting Director of the department. She enters this role following the retirement of Director Kimberly Kirkmeyer. Acting Director Lawley brings extensive experience to the position, having served in multiple leadership roles within the department since 2013. She will lead DCA in this position until a director is formally appointed by the governor's office. Shifting gears, last year, Governor Newsom took action to assist licensees affected by the Los Angeles fires and swiftly issued an executive order to allow a 1-year postponement of license renewal fees that were due for renewal between January and June of 2025 for survivors impacted by the fires. In January of this year, DCA began sending notices to licensees who chose this postponement option with a reminder about the 1-year postponement and renewal fee due dates. Licensees with license types in the Breeze system can pay these renewal fees through their online account, and those with license types not in the Breeze system may submit their payments via mail. Also last year, Governor Newsom his proposed state budget included a proposal to split DCA's oversight agency, the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, into two new state agencies, the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. After public hearings and review by the Little Hoover Commission and the legislature, the governor's reorganization plan was approved on July 5th of last year. The new Business and Consumer Services Agency will be responsible for consumer affairs, licensing and enforcement, and the Department of Consumer Affairs, which will be among one of the 8 departments in this new agency. The two new agencies will officially become operative on July 1st, 2026. And DCA continues to participate in multiple agency work groups on the logistics required for this transition. We will continue to keep board leadership apprised throughout the months ahead. Next, to best serve the public, it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we are being fiscally prudent in our decisions, especially when traveling for board business. So DCA would like to remind members and staff to book their travel far in advance to secure the best rates, and to also evaluate if a rental car is always necessary versus ride-sharing services. Carpooling is also highly encouraged when renting vehicles. We know that there might be some new travel costs that board members are experiencing, such as baggage charges. So please keep your receipts so that you can be reimbursed. And some training updates for board members. Firstly, DCA's training unit has developed an unconscious bias training that's specifically for board members. This training has been added to members' learning management system, also known as LMS, and it's incorporated now into the onboarding process for newly appointed board members. Also, board member orientation training, known as BMOT, is an all-day virtual training that DCA will offer next week on April 1st. We will also offer it on June 24th and October 21st. As a reminder, this training must be completed by members within 1 year of appointment and reappointment to the board. So please register for the first available date to be in compliance. And members can register for BMOT using their LMS account. If you need any assistance accessing any of these trainings, or if you're unsure whether you're in compliance, please do not hesitate to contact us at memberrelations@dca.ca.gov. And to close, thank you for all that you do to protect California's consumers. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Are there any board member comments?
Hello, Lucy.
Hi, good morning.
I'm sorry, I don't know that I caught it. Have for the two agencies, have those directors or those heads of the agencies been named already?
Not yet.
Okay,
not
I
yet.
hadn't seen that, but I thought I might have just missed it. And when that occurs, will a notice go out to all of us about the naming of the individuals?
The department will be keeping all boards and bureaus
Perfect.
up to date on any updates related to the agency reorganization.
Great, thank you so much.
Of course.
If there are no further comments, I would just like to congratulate Christine Lawley on her new position, and I'm confident that we're in good hands.
Thank you.
No further board member comments? Thank you. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on agenda item 4, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Lucy. We'll now move on to agenda item 5, Dental Board of California, report on matters of interest to DHBC. I'd like to ask the representative, Mr. Bryce Doherty, Executive Officer of the Dental Board, to provide the report.
Good morning. Thank you for having the meeting right next door to our offices too here. Never really
Pretty handy.
appreciate that.
Yes.
Commute was a bear.
Had to walk far.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity this morning to report on recent Dental Board of California activities. First, I was sworn in as the executive officer of the Dental Board on November 24th of 2025. It's been an amazing 122 days on the job, but who's really counting? As some of you may know, most of my background is in association management and a 30-year career in healthcare advocacy in and around the state capitol. I'm now blessed and honored with the august opportunity to serve the oral health consumers of California. It is in this spirit that I look forward to working with the Dental Hygiene Board to successfully accomplish our joint mission of consumer protection. I have enjoyed meeting with my counterpart here at the Dental Hygiene Board, your executive officer, Tony Lum. Tony and I have already developed a working relationship that will serve both of our boards well. I've also come to quickly realize that both the Dental Hygiene Board and the Dental Board of California will not always see eye to eye. And it is through Tony's leadership and experience that we will get through these challenges with grace and mutual respect. I would also like to take this opportunity to once again congratulate the new Dental Board officers for 2026. They include Board President Lilia Larin, a dentist from San Diego, our Board Vice President Rosalinda Olagi, a registered dental assistant from Rancho Cucamonga, and Dental Board Secretary John Deerking, an attorney from Los Angeles. Dr. Larin sends her regards as she's in New York this week. She looks forward to joining you later this year at another upcoming Dental Hygiene Board meeting. The Dental Board also enjoys a remarkable staff of 84 employees. Between two offices, one here in Sacramento, right next door, and one in Orange, California. We're lucky to have every single one of them. I am routinely astonished at their commitment to getting it right and the pride they take in serving the dental consumers of California. I truly appreciate all that they do to help regulate our 104,000 licensees and manage our annual budget of nearly $21 million. The Dental Board has recently adopted their 2026 through 2029 strategic plan. Some of these strategic initiatives are already underway in the areas of licensing and examination, consumer protection and enforcement, communication and customer service, and administrative services. Leading up to this strategic planning session, interviews with Dental Board members and board staff were conducted to assess upcoming potential challenges and opportunities. An online and anonymous external stakeholder survey was also conducted in June of 2025, with nearly 1,000 responses received. In addition to all of these activities, future Dental Board meetings this year will include the following. We'll be meeting on May 13th and 14th in Anaheim. We'll be meeting on August 12th and August 13th in Sacramento, and we'll also be meeting on November 5th and November 6th, also in Sacramento. Again, I will end my report the way I started. I look forward to our ongoing strategic partnership as we insatiably strive to protect the oral health consumers of California. Thank you, Madam President, and notwithstanding any questions, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any board member comments? I would just like to say that it's a pleasure to have you here today. Love your name, Bryce. My son is Bryce. We already have a connection. We made a connection. And congratulations on your position.
Thank you very much.
Just remember, though, I have healed from being removed from the dental board. So I've gotten over that.
We will lean on that expertise.
There you go. But remember, we're a scale above the rest.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I just want to also second the relationship that we have with the Dental Board. We've had good meetings so far, and I really look forward to working with you, Bryce. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, Are there any WebEx public comments?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you, sir, for your report. We will now move on to agenda item 6, presentation from the Attorney General's office on their annual report. I would like to ask the Senior Assistant Attorney General, Carol Sani, to provide the report. He'll provide the report through WebEx.
Thank you very much, President and members of the board. Good morning. My name is Carl Sani. I am, as indicated, the Senior Assistant Attorney General with the Office of Attorney General. I'm in charge of the licensing section that performs enforcement work for the Dental Hygiene Board and other couple dozen agencies within the Department of Consumer Affairs. Next slide, please. And one more slide. Change there. Great. This morning, I will be talking about the work of our office for the Dental Hygiene Board. And what I'll be doing is first talking about the background of the report that is reported every year to the legislature on the work that we perform for Department of Consumer Affairs agencies. I'll talk about how that data is collected. I'll summarize the information for all agencies that we report on, and then we'll focus on the Dental Hygiene Board work that we perform. Next slide. So the genesis of the Attorney General's report on its work for the Department of Consumer Affairs agencies started in 2015 with the passage of SB 467. And the purpose of that was to measure the work of both the client agencies in taking consumer complaints, investigating them, and if appropriate, sending them to the Attorney General's office, and then having those matters set for hearing if the need arises. So there's actually 3 different agencies that go into this whole reporting process. That's the Dental Hygiene Board and other agencies within the department. They have their own reporting requirements. Our office performs its report under Business and Professions Code 312.2. And then the Office of Administrative Hearings also reports on its processing of enforcement cases, and then put together that can inform the public and the legislature on how well and how timely the work of enforcement is occurring. The first annual report was prepared in January 2018. That was for the period of 2016 to 2017, the fiscal year. And the report that I'll be covering today is the 9th report, and it was published on January 1, 2026, and covered the prior fiscal year of 2024 to 2025. It reported on 36 agencies, and those agencies' enforcement work is performed by 2 different sections of the Office of Attorney General, the licensing section, which I oversee, and the health quality enforcement section as well, which covers the medical board and a few other agencies. Next slide. So how is this data collected? All of the attorneys in the health quality enforcement section and licensing section use a software program called ProLaw in order to memorialize all the work that we perform on each matter that is referred to us by a client agency. It's a digital file, if you will take it that way. And each digital file allows us to keep track of various milestones in the case's progress. That would include, for example, the referral date, when the matter is received by our office from the client agency, when we prepare an accusation, when that accusation is filed. And an accusation is filed when the executive officer actually signs the accusation document. And then we also take notice of when a hearing is requested. by our office and when a hearing date is received, and then when the case is adjudicated. The adjudicated date is typically the date when the hearing has completed or when there has been a stipulated settlement or a default are the most common ones. Next slide. One thing to keep track of here is that the work of the Dental Hygiene Board is more than just accusations. The board has probably seen statement of issues cases, petitions for reinstatement or modification of a stipulated settlement. Those types of matters are not included in the report for the legislature. The only type of pleading or action that is measured for purposes of this report are accusation cases. And what this shows is that for all agencies, roughly 56% of the work that we receive from our client agencies is for the preparation and enforcement of accusations. In the prior fiscal year, 23-24, we had about 3,100 accusation referrals that came to our office. And this past year, we saw an increase to approaching 3,500. So we see that the work of enforcement continues to increase. The rejected data means that we get a referral from a client agency, and for any one of a number of reasons, our office may reject it. And that can be for a variety of reasons. One is it's not uncommon for licensees to pass away during the course of the enforcement, and so that matter would be rejected. We've also had cases where we receive additional information from the client agency that changes the client's assessment of the case, and they no longer seek the referral. And we can reject it also if there is a legal defect or an evidentiary defect in the materials that we've received. And that runs at about 5% of the cases, and there's been no change over the last 2 years. The next piece of data that we collect is called further investigations. What does that mean? Further investigations means that we get a referral from a client agency and we look at it and we determine that there's some information that we need in order to prosecute the case. That could be that the contact information for necessary witnesses or consumers is absent or has changed, and we request the client to further investigate that. It may be that there is an ambiguity in some of the evidence that we've received that needs to be solidified and clarified. And then that run rate, if you will, on further investigations is about 11 or 12%. Effectively, that's pretty static for the last couple of years. Then the final piece of information that we report on for all agencies is the number of cases adjudicated. What does adjudicated mean? That means it means in effect that the work of the Office of Attorney General is complete for that matter. And it can be complete when we have submitted a default, and that default has been processed. It can be complete when we receive and process a stipulated settlement between a licensee and the agency. And it can be also adjudicated when the case has gone to hearing and the case has been submitted for decision. At the time a case is submitted for decision, our work is done. A proposed decision, if it's gone to hearing, will be sent to the client agency and for the board to consider to either accept, modify, or reject. Next slide. So now we turn to the data specific to the Dental Hygiene Board, and that shows that there has been a slight increase in the number of accusations referred to by the Dental Hygiene Board to our office from 23-24 to 24-25. It's a 13% increase, but we're dealing with relatively small numbers. So that's an increase, but not dramatically so. Matters rejected, only one matter over the last 2 years. It's actually a little lower percentage-wise than some other agencies. Next slide, please. Further investigations requested. That's when our office again requests that the agency, the Dental Hygiene Board, conduct some further investigation. And over the last 2 fiscal years, it's been just one matter each of those 2 years, no change. And then it shows further investigation received, and this may kind of strike you as odd. In 23-24, it shows 0, but in 24-25, it shows 2. Now, why would there be an increase of 2 if in fact there's only been 1 further investigation requested during that period? And that's simply a function of the fact that further investigations, as well, a lot of data can cross fiscal years. So we could have a request for further investigation in a prior fiscal year, and then we receive it in the fiscal year that is reported on. So that's why we have 2 for this past fiscal year. Next slide. This is actually a significant increase. So the number of accusations filed by the Dental Hygiene Board increased from 8 in 23-24 to 23 in 24-25. So this, I couldn't comment on why this changed, but it shows that the enforcement section of the Dental Hygiene Board has been very active this past year. It may be a function of more complaints that they've received, but in any case, it's been a significant increase in the number of accusations filed. Next slide, please. Again, accusations withdrawn, only 1 this past fiscal year. Again, that's pretty nominal. And then accusation matters adjudicated. And this is, and I'm sure the board itself will have personally participated in this, this piece of data. The number of cases adjudicated has increased from 7 to 21. So I'm sure that the board has had more cases presented to it for review this past fiscal year than in the prior one. Next slide. Now this is where we get into kind of case processing time. How quickly are cases being processed using various measurements? And so from the time an accusation referral is received by our office to when it is filed, in 23-24, it took 67 days. Only 4 matters were involved. In 24-25, it took 98 days, 11 cases that were referred to us. That's an increase. That's not something I personally like to see, because my own goal is to see cases generally filed within 90 days, or at least the accusation is sent to the client within 90 days. But that's pretty close to our goal period. Accusation filed after further investigation. That means that if in fact it took a good while for the further investigation to take place, in the prior fiscal year, there were none reported, and this last one is 281 days. So that can come about for a lot of different reasons. I don't know the specific matter that is referenced here, so I'm not going to comment on any specific case, but generally it can be because a person wanted to give additional mitigation evidence to the agency before an accusation was filed. It could be that the further investigation required the preparation of an expert report that may not have been present in the original file. If, for example, an expert were to pass away, another expert would have to be retained to evaluate a matter, and that obviously would take time. So any one of a number of circumstances can affect that. Next slide, please. Accusation filed to settlement and filed to default. So the time it takes for an accusation that's been referred to our office to settle, which is an adjudicative event, if you will, was 185 days for 2 cases back in 23-24, and 17 cases were subject to a stipulated settlement in 172 days. I consider that really good data. That shows that the agency and the Attorney General's office are working effectively with the licensee to resolve cases that can be resolved. And that's the goal of many of our cases, if not all of them, is to resolve cases by settlement whenever possible. As I'm sure the board knows, that when all the discovery is given to to the other party, to the licensee, and if the licensee is represented by counsel or is conscious of what transpired, there can often be a meeting of minds as to what the appropriate resolution for that type of conduct that was the subject of the accusation. The disciplinary guidelines provide guidance as to what the expected or possible outcome may be. And so we really love to see cases settled whenever possible. And it's a positive thing to see that they are being resolved by settlement. And 172 days is a very good number, in my opinion. Accusations filed to default, 75 days 2 years ago to 57 days. That's, again, really good information. A default occurs when a licensee fails to respond to the accusation that's been served on them within about 15 or 20 days, at which point, if we have not received a response, we will prepare what's called a default package that is sent to the client for review. And then the board would consider that a default and process it. And 57 days is excellent. Next slide, please. So here we report on the time between the accusation being filed to the hearing being requested. 2 years ago, that was 169, but it was only for 3 cases. This past fiscal year, it was 66 days. Again, that's a number that I consider to be really positive. That shows that we are requesting hearings shortly after we've received the filed case. Often that means that in the interim, we have contacted the licensee or the licensee's attorney and cooperated in the selection of a date, and we've made that request. Usually the Office of Administrative Hearings likes both parties to request the dates and coordinate on the requesting of dates. So that's a very good day when we can get that done in 66 days. From the hearing date received to the hearing commenced, there was none reported this past fiscal year that crosses into our reporting period. 2 years ago, it was 76 days. That's really good because that is often a function of the Office of Administrative Hearings. What does their calendar allow for? What's the earliest date that a matter can be heard? For cases that may take more than 3 days, it can take actually several months between the time when it is requested and the hearing date is received. Office of Administrative Hearings has been working very effectively to manage and the cases that are requested for hearing, and those are good numbers. Next slide. So this is the concluding slide that I have for my presentation again. First of all, as indicated, one of the main functions of this law that was passed in 2015 is to have various intervals be measured so that they can be improved. I can tell you that one of my responsibilities is to work with our office and doing whatever we can to improve on the processing times of each of these intervals that I've reported on. I can tell you that overall, for the work that we have performed for the Department of Consumer Affairs, it's really improved over the last several years. And we are working, and that's a consequence not just of our section in licensing, but also a consequence of the agencies working very aggressively themselves to work on the processing of cases so that the time between when a consumer complaint is originally sent to the agency to the time when that consumer complaint is finally resolved, if it's gone to hearing, can be as short as possible. Many, many years ago, it could take several years for consumer complaints to see the light of day into a conclusion. The Department of Consumer Affairs has been very effective with working with our office to dramatically shorten that period. And I'm very pleased to say that I think we're meeting the goals, at least from our office's perspective, on what can be done. The Consumer Protection Enforcement Initiative, which is the genesis of that goal, of 18 months is still a challenging goal to get from the consumer complaint to a final adjudication, but I do think that we're making significant progress. Also, even though there is a report that we prepare for all of the client agencies within the Department of Consumer Affairs, I always urge caution not to compare yourself to another agency, because other agencies are subject to various other issues that can both improve on a given measurement or delay a given measurement. So agency data between client agencies is usually not advised, because it can be just dramatically different from one agency to another. One of the other final impediments that we work with, I don't want to call it an impediment, I misspoke, is due process. Due process is the right of a licensee to have its chance to be heard and to have its defenses, its mitigation, its characterization of events heard before an administrative law judge. And that often takes time. It requires discovery be given to the licensee. Discovery is that investigative material that we receive from the client agency. We disclose that to licensees so that they can evaluate it. If they want to, for example, retain their own expert to evaluate the work of the agency, that can take time. And then getting a hearing and then getting that matter heard and adjudicated is all part and parcel with the function of due process, which obviously is the right of every licensee. So that takes time, which is one reason why we spend so much time trying to see if we can resolve cases before they go to hearing. That concludes my presentation. It's a pleasure again to have reported to the Dental Hygiene Board on the work of the Office of Attorney General for the Dental Hygiene Board. And I can tell you that we are just very pleased at the work that we are seeing from the Dental Hygiene Board and its enforcement staff, and am impressed with the quality of work that they do in facilitating the work of our office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sani, for the compliments, and thank you for your very thorough report. Are there any board member comments? Dr. Elginer?
Hello, Mr. San. My name is Dr. Julie Elginer, and I'm a public member on the board. In my professional role, I'm a faculty at the UCLA Fielding School of Public Health. I wanted to just comment on the fact that I also served in the chiropractic board for 5 years between 2012 and 2017. And this information was not available at that point. And so I wanted to commend you, your team's efforts to do exactly what you stated, which is to measure it, to report on it, and to be monitoring it and provide that feedback for us, particularly since all of us on the board are involved in the review, the thorough review, the adjudication, the voting, all of those other kinds of things on these matters as part of enforcement matters. So as someone who takes, all of us, I think, I can say with confidence, take these matters extremely seriously when enforcement comes before us. I want to say thank you for your efforts to provide this information, because, again, trying to review all of this without having any sort of background is extremely difficult, and this makes our role much easier. So thank you for your time and for collecting the information.
And thank you. It's one of the pleasures of my role is to actually appear before boards when they request it, to summarize and provide this context for this information that's all publicly available, but may not always be reviewed by each board. So I want to thank you for the opportunity of being present here today.
Thank you. Are there any other board member comments? Yes.
Good morning. This is Member Quach. Thank you for joining us today. I have 2 questions, but I'll ask you the first one first. I noticed that across all agencies in fiscal year 24 to 25, there were about 1,000 cases outstanding between referrals to when it was adjudicated. And so, what is the typical time span of a case, and why do you see 1,000 cases outstanding between referrals and those that were adjudicated?
Um, you're referring, I think you may be, you say 1,000 cases.
Do you have a slide number?
Yes, under general statistics, all agencies, I'm seeing 3,400 referrals and then 2,500 adjudicated.
Oh, I got it. The main reason for that is as cases are referred to our office, if it takes more than, let's say, a year to adjudicate a case, it's going to cross over into the next fiscal year. And so that's the reason why you're going to see, as matters increase, you're going to see both the adjudications in the next year increase, but it's always going to be tracking. I can just say as a general matter, during the period of COVID, the numbers that you saw here were much lower. Now, post-COVID, we're seeing the number of referrals to our office increase over the last 3 years, actually. So there's that lag, if you will, between the time of referral to the time of final adjudication.
Thank you. My second question is in regards to the Dental Hygiene Board specifically, there was a 188% increase in accusations filed in fiscal year 24-25 compared to 23-24. And so, one, based off the cases that we've received or accusations that we've received thus far in this year, what would you project we may end the year with? And my second question is why are we seeing it increase? Is it accusations are being referred by our board? Is it by consumers or individuals? And so those are my two questions.
And those are really good questions. I'm not sure that I can actually answer that because that is going to be a function of the enforcement staff. It could be any way. It could be due to an increase in consumer complaints. It could be an increase in enforcement staffing. It could be that the consumer complaints have been very stable, but some of them have not risen to the level of an accusation. Whereas now some of the consumer complaints are rising to the level of an accusation, but that's really a question more for the enforcement staff. We just classify the cases that have been referred to our office.
Thank you very much.
And I would say it's not much different from what we're seeing with other agencies.
Thank you. Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? They're very quiet this morning. Are there any WebEx comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is a moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment for agenda item 6, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and seeing none, it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We will now recess the full board meeting until Saturday, March 28th at 9 a.m. The time is 9:54, and we will recess the board meeting until tomorrow, Saturday, March 28th, 2026 at 9 a.m. We will now commence with the Education Committee meeting. Members not on the Education Committee will move to the audience from the dais and not participate in the discussion or action of the Education Committee. Thank you. Okay, this is Joanne Pacheco, Board President. We are going to take our 15-minute break as we set up and get ready for the next committee meeting. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Joanne Pacheco, and as the Education Committee meeting chair, I would like to call the Education Committee meeting to order. The time is 10:14 a.m., and I would like to ask board staff Crystal Uyama to call the roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Present?
Julie Elginer,
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Present.
Michael Long, Sridevi Panala.
Present.
A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The Education Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during public comment section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments for the committee to consider? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 3, presentation from the Dental Hygiene Educational Program Violation and Fine Rubric Task Force, discussion and possible action to move forward on task force recommendations. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty, DHBC Education Specialist, to present this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. At the March 22nd, 2025 full board meeting, the board voted to create a violation and fine rubric to allow the board to be fair and consistent to all dental hygiene educational programs, also known as DHEPs. The board appointed board members Joanne Pacheco and Julie Elginer as co-chairs of the Violation and Fine Rubric Task Force. And after the meeting, the task force co-chairs received requests from 3 interested stakeholders who were appointed to the task force based on their qualifications. These experts were Joanne Galliano, Michelle Hurlbutt, and Lisa Kamabayashi, who have extensive experience and knowledge of the subject to create an appropriate penalty rubric. Since the task force conducted their first meeting on June 4th, 2025, the task force has met 10 times and created a draft violation and fine rubric, which includes timeframes and penalties DHEPs shall be given to remediate violations and deficiencies, thereby providing structure to a potentially perceived and subjective determination. You may find a draft of the violation and fine rubric on pages 42 through 73, with a sample of the rubric in use on pages 74 through 77 of the board meeting materials. Staff recommends for the Education Committee to review the draft violation and fine rubric. If the Education Committee approves the draft violation and fine rubric, staff requests the Education Committee recommend to the full board to approve the final draft of the violation and fine rubric, allowing for future amendments to the rubric as deemed necessary by the board, and allow for its application during DHEP reviews and site visits moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make a motion.
This is Julie Elginer, and I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to approve the draft of the violation and fine rubric, allowing for future amendments to the rubric as deemed necessary by the board, and allow for its application during DHEP reviews and site visits moving forward.
And is there a second?
Long, I second.
Thank you. Are there any committee member discussions? Yes, Dr. Pinala.
This is Sridevi Punala. Thank you for working on the rubric. This is much more very objective and it's easier for it's to follow. So thank you for working on that.
This is Member Long. I'd also like to thank the task force for the thoughtful work that went into developing this rubric. Having a clear and structured approach to addressing program violations helps ensure consistency, transparency, and fairness in how the board evaluates educational programs. It also gives programs a better understanding of expectations and the steps needed to return to compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Long. I would also like to thank our subject matter experts that participated. I would also like to thank our public member. I thought that the input was very valuable, looking at it from a person who is not a practitioner in dentistry.
So I'm the public member. This is Julie Elginer. I'm the public member that spent 20 hours on this. Okay, let's just let that sink in. We met 10 times for 2 hours each time. We spent 20 hours reviewing every single item. We identified, with Dr. Petty's help, the code section that it aligned with. We identified the implications. We identified what the potential violation, what the cite and the fine could be. We discussed, not ad nauseum, but we discussed thoroughly how this could be implemented. And so I think it is critical for anyone that is observing this, whether it is a member of the public, whether it's a licensee, whether it's a potential college, to understand the extensive review and consideration that was invested as part of this proposal. It was a wonderful experience for me as a public member, and I think for all of us as part of the task force. There were times that we disagreed, and that's expected, and that is part of the process to be able to come out with an excellent product. But I want to make sure that it is clearly known by the board, by the members of the public, again, by licensees and by the schools that this would be used in, just how extensive this review was as part of this process.
Thank you, Dr. Elginer. And that was all done while we maintained our regular jobs. Are there any other board member comments? Committee members. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it looks like we do have a request from Amber Davis. Amber, you will be given 2 minutes to speak in a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device. And this is the moderator. Amber, if you are speaking, you are currently muted. I'm going to request to unmute your microphone again. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device. And this is the moderator. Amber, it appears you are still muted. I'm going to request to unmute your microphone again. And this is the moderator, Amber. It appears we cannot hear you, and I don't see your microphone unmuted. At this point, I would like to ask the board president, would you like me to continue to work with Amber, or shall we move on if there's any other public comment?
Can you give Amber one more try?
Oh,
to connect?
and it appears that her microphone's unmuted. Amber, can you please speak?
Yes, sorry, the unmute feature wasn't populating for me. So I just
No
have one
worries.
question about the violation and fine rubric. I know this is just a draft, but my only question was the level of severity, severe, moderate, and then minimal. Is there like a legend to define what severe, moderate, and minimal, how it's defined?
It's at the very beginning. Uh, It's on page 44 of the board meeting materials.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, this is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Back to the motion. The motion before the committee is the motion for the Education Committee recommend to the full board to approve the draft of the violation and fine rubric, allowing for future amendments to the rubric as deemed necessary by the board, and allow for its application during DHEP reviews and site visits moving forward. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, aye. Michael Long,
Aye.
Sridevi Panala.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
The motion has passed. I think she got cut off a little bit. We'll now move on to agenda item 4. To approve a new dental hygiene educational program by Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts. Again, I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty, Education Specialist, to present this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts, from here on referred to as Gurnick Academy, is a private California-based institution with 6 campuses offering allied health and nursing programs. On March 6, 2024, Gurnick Academy submitted a letter of intent to request board approval to establish a new dental hygiene educational program based in Modesto, California. You may find that letter on page 81 of the board meeting materials. In August of 2024, Gurnick Academy submitted a feasibility study to the board for review. You may find their feasibility study on pages 144 through 657 of the board's meeting materials. In working with Gurnick Academy, board staff has now completed the review of the feasibility study. The committee may find staff's review on pages 82 through 143 of the board meeting materials as well. Staff recommends for the Education Committee to review the results of the feasibility study to determine if Gurnick Academy has met the board's parameters to open a new dental hygiene educational program, and if so, requests for the Educational Committee to recommend to the full board to consider conditional approval, since it's a new program, of a new dental hygiene educational program offered by Gurnick Academy. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make a motion.
This is Michael Long. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to conditionally approve the new dental hygiene educational program offered by Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts, the condition being an extendable 2-year probation period once the program begins operations.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Sridevi Panala, I second.
Are there any committee member discussions?
This is Michael Long. I'd like to thank the staff and the representatives from Gurnick Academy for the work that's gone into developing this program. Expanding the dental hygiene education can help strengthen the workforce and improve access to care in California. I appreciate that the recommendation is for conditional approval, which allows the board to support the program while ensuring all DHBC standards are fully met as it moves forward.
Dr. Pinala?
I second Board Member Long. Thank you for all the feasibility analysis. It was very thorough and it gives us like a whole environmental scan of what the area and looks like with the needs of dental hygiene. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there representatives from Gurnick who would like to address the board?
Lisa DeAnda, Dean of Allied Health is here, Brandy Piper, ASDH Program Director, Fred Feridian, VP Campus Operations, Tu Nguyen, Modesto Campus Director, and Edward Cramp, their legal counsel, are here today.
Thank you and welcome.
There. Thank you. Thank you to the board for allowing us to sit here before you today. A special thank you to Dr. Petty, who has just given us an immeasurable amount of support and guidance in this. I am Lisa DeAnda. I am the Dean of Allied Health for Gurnick Academy. I worked for 10 years as a medical assistant and for 20 years in education before I came to Gurnick Academy in 2013. As of this month, I've completed my 13th year with Gurnick Academy. I was able to embrace their commitment to education excellence and rigorous standards of evaluation. As you have seen in our study, we were founded in 2004. They expanded to Modesto in 2007 with the vocational nursing program. The Modesto campus has proved that they can launch and they can sustain successful education programs. We added an Associate of Science in Magnetic Resonance Imaging. We've added medical assistant and dental assistant certificate programs, and most recently, the Associate of Science in Respiratory Care. We believe, as Committee Member Long stated, that we are going to bring a real valuable set of assets to the Central Valley to be able to expand education opportunities to individuals who want to start a healthcare career in the dental field, as well as to bring to the Modesto community a dental hygiene clinic where we can serve and provide free and low-cost services to underserved populations. We're very excited about this opportunity. Throughout our feasibility study, we got such positivity and excitement from dentists, from community organizations, and public health programs. It was this encouragement and the clear need for this that really drove our passion to finish this project. And as I stated before, I cannot overstate the appreciation to Dr. Petty for everything that she gave us for guidance. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I would like to present our Program Director, Brandy Piper.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Brandy Piper, and I'm the Dental Hygiene Program Director at Gurnick Academy. I'll give you a little information of what it, can you, I'm just not close enough. Okay. Move it a little closer. Okay. Is that better? Okay. Throughout my, where was that? A little bit about myself so that you know what I bring to Gurnick. I have over 20 years of experience in dental education, program administration, and regulatory compliance. Throughout my career, I have served as a dental hygiene program director for Great Falls College, Montana State University, as well as 2 colleges in Texas. In each of these roles, I've focused on building community-based clinical training programs, as well as preparing students for accreditation standards and focusing on improving access to care issues in underserved populations. That being said, my experience in rural Montana is especially meaningful here because the access to care issues there are very similar to what you guys see in the Central Valley of California. I was born and raised in Belico, California, so I'm thrilled to be returning back to my roots and excited to train the next generation of dental hygienists that are ready to serve a population that's needing the most. Here at Gurnick, we our main goal is to prepare competent and confident dental hygienists that are ready to serve all populations. And so all of Gurnick, we welcome any questions the board may have for us. And thank you again for all of your guys' hard work as well. We appreciate all your guidance. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Thank you. Thank you. Any board member comments?
I have a question regarding the faculty, like how, because Central Valley, how are you trying to attract the talent? So that the staffing can be there to support the students? So what has been your challenges and successes in that area?
You're asking a great question. I think that the length of time for this process for us, I think the community of the dental hygiene community in California is a tight-knit community. And I think there were many people aware of us hoping to get the opportunity to sit before you. I feel like that might have caused some of the delay in us being able to establish a plethora of relationships. We're looking forward to going from here and doing what we can do. We know that there's a challenge, and we know we're going to have an organization that's a place that they will desire to work and that they will want to stay with. And we're going to have to be realistic about providing a good wage so that we can be competitive and bring in good talent. I think it's going to be a challenge. I think your ratios are strict and necessary, and we will work hard to get people to want to come and join us in this program.
Thank you.
And I want to just add a little bit to that. Just as a PD, no matter where you are, it is difficult to attract and keep faculty. So part of once you attract the faculty with their competitive salary, along with they have very good retirement and so forth to attract faculty, as well as the salaries are very competitive. The environment of making sure that you do not burn them out by overworking them, that the one chair per one student and one cohort per year makes it to where you're not having to do double labs, which keeps the hours of direct contact with students, which will allow them the prep time that's needed, as well as advising hours and so forth. So this is not necessarily something that's always seen, but that culture of not overworking individuals, having the collaboration that's needed to be successful with their students and build those relationships that are important in clinical care is going to help attract faculty and keep them.
Yes, Michael Long.
This is Michael Long. My question is more for Dr. Petty. During the time between potential approval and the beginning of the operations, what is our responsibility in regards to oversight and communication with the program on how they're progressing in regards to, say, staffing?
So they will be required to send me reports, and I will have an ongoing conversation with them. And so before they're allowed, well, I shouldn't say allowed, before they get approval of the faculty, they'll send me the oh my goodness, what is it called? Thank you, the bio sketch. Thank you. They'll be sending me bio sketches, and I'll be in. They have given me their updated timeline, so I will be checking in with them and asking about it, and over over reviewing their bio sketches to ensure the faculty have the requirements, like I do with all the schools. So.
Dr. Elginer?
Good morning. Thank you both for being here. And I can't tell you how to feel, but you don't need to be nervous. This is just a conversation. This is just a conversation. You just happen to have some people around. So it's okay. My question actually is for you, Brandy, as the program director. I want to understand, I, as a public health member and someone who cares very deeply about underserved communities, I want to just ask a couple of things. Number one, if my understanding correctly, have you already relocated back here? And are you planning to be physically present as this is being built out, as well as the continuation on a go-forward basis?
I'm in the process of relocating. I originally was relocating. I was going to be staying with my dad, but he passed. So now I'll need to sell my house, but I am working on my way back here. And then if not, I have a cousin that I'll stay with when we get closer to this. But yes, my intent is to be here, to be able to be present for the live clinics. It's kind of essential to have someone on the ground. Yep.
Ms. Hanson?
Yes, Brandy, thank you so much, and sorry to hear you lost. My question is, looking at all your paperwork, I don't happen to remember, how is the qualifications for your staff? What are the requirements need to be met for staff to be hired?
Either one of us. You can go ahead. I did this one. I am going to the right.
Member Hanson, in law, there are specific requirements. It's 1105.1. So I know that they're aware of that. So.
Yeah, to reiterate what she's saying, yeah. To ensure that all the faculty are adequately qualified, we will be meeting not only the Dental Hygiene Board standards and CODA standards, they're going to have a current good standing RDA license with, well, in good standing with their license, have their bachelor's degree as a minimum, and the documented experience that's required. So as is listed in the standards.
Thank you. So you do have the protocols for that in writing?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Lum?
Thank you, Madam President. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just wanted to appease the committee members that subsequently, before this program gets up and running and off the ground, we will be conducting a site visit. It's not just distance communication back and forth. So just to let you all know that as well. Thank you.
Two comments. I wanted to compliment Ms. Deanda for recognizing the importance of having a seasoned program director and putting all the support in place as she is involved with the program and will direct the program. The second thing is that I really appreciate you developing a program that has a humanistic culture to it and talking about future plans and how the program will be run. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Seeing none. Thank you. Are there any in-person public comments? Yes, Ms. McLaren. You can share a microphone.
The second.
Oh, there's one over here.
We have
Yeah, I'm
plenty.
just looking over here. I have blinders on.
There you go, that button, yeah.
There we go. I am totally in support personally. of the value of dental hygienists in a very underserved area, having myself lived in Visalia in the Central Valley for many years. However, my concern is since dental hygienists have to work for dentists, and we know that the area is underserved dentally, that we must be mindful of trying to improve the situation so that the total dental team can serve the public adequately.
Thank you. Hi, Tuka. That's okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I'm Tuka Zokai from the California Dental Association. I want to thank you for putting together that list as well of potential employers and also the impact on surrounding dental hygiene programs, especially with the closest being 68 miles away. I know that both CDA and the Stanislaus Dental Society would be very supportive of this program to open, as it is something that we want to support the dental teams and access to care. And we see that there's a lot of opportunities to create these competent and confident dental hygienists, as you said. And we just hope to continue to see engagement and engage with the Stanislaus Dental Society to help support those pathways.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tuka. Any other in-person comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it looks like we have a request from Amber Davis. Amber, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good afternoon again, everyone. I just want to say I think having the program up there is going to be a great, I think it's a great area to have a program. I think they definitely need another one. I love to see all the support. There's so many people, looks like from Gurnick, that's there supporting. And then also their layout that they have, having one cohort start a year seems like it's going to be pretty sustainable to find staff. You know, they didn't overreach for that. So great job, congratulations, and I'm excited.
Thank you, Amber. You get an A+ for clicking in the second time. First try.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Kelly Donovan. And Kelly, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good morning. This is Kelly Donovan, and I am a program director, but speaking in a personal capacity. First of all, I'd just like to congratulate you on your feasibility study, having just gone through that process. I know that it's been quite challenging, so congratulations. And my question is, since ADHA has long advocated for baccalaureate degrees as the minimum level qualification for dental hygiene programs, I was just wondering if your program has any plans to transition from the associate science degree to the bachelor's of science degree or offer a bachelor's degree completion option in the future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for asking that. We knew that there was a critical need for dental hygienists, and we believe our associate program is going to help to address that need. But we do see the value of a bachelor's program, and there have been discussions on this as we look forward to the 3 to 5 year plan. We see not only the potential, but the opportunity for the bachelor's program to be developed, as well as to develop a bridge program for our associate graduates, as we have done for our nursing program.
All right. This is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. The motion before the committee is to recommend to the full board to approve conditionally the new dental hygiene educational program offered by Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts, and the condition being an extended 2-year probation period once the program begins operations. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, Michael Long,
Aye.
Sridevi Panala.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 5, discussion and possible action regarding potential enforcement against Cabrillo College Dental Hygiene Educational Program. I would like to ask Ms. Joanne Galliano, the educational consultant to the DHBC, and Dr. Adina Petty, the education specialist, to present this agenda item.
Board staff conducted an unannounced site visit at the Cabrillo College Dental Hygiene Educational Program on February 12, 2026, due to received complaint. This complaint letter may be found on pages 848 through 850 of the board's meeting materials. As a side note, I have also included the complaint letters prompting the October 8th, 2024 unannounced site visit as well on pages 852 through 863. Board staff determined Cabrillo had 8 violations, with the most egregious of the violations is that Cabrillo is failing to ensure dental hygiene students complete all required student clinical hours and requirements for competency established by Cabrillo, the board and CODA, is verified through documentation reviewed by board staff at the February 12th, 2026 site visit. You may find the Cabrillo site visit report on pages 758 through 779 of the board meeting materials. Requirement deficiency documentation may be found on pages 780 through 796. I'd like to note that the highlighted areas are the missing requirements, as well as documentation as to the missing clinic sessions. Cabrillo refers to them as empty chairs, and those may be specifically found on pages 785 on 785. So please note the numbers highlighted in the empty chairs column refers to missing clinic sessions and not missing hours, as each session is composed of 4 hours. Cabrillo provided their responses to the February 12, 2026 site visit report on March 5th of 2026, which may be found on pages 677 through 757 of the board meeting materials. Board staff reviewed their responses and provided a determination to Cabrillo on March 18th, 2026. The committee may find this response on pages 42 through 72 of the board meeting addendum 1. Additionally, subject matter expert Joanne Galliano provided a response to Cabrillo's March 5th communication, which may be found in addendum 2 on pages 3 through 8. And I'm going to ask Ms. Galliano to provide her input as well.
Joan Galliano, subject matter expert, and I've been doing site visits for this board since 2009, its inception. So I've had quite a bit of experience on site visits, have been working with Dr. Petty for the past 10 years doing site visits. I wanted to directly respond and bring the members, the attention of the members to the March letter that accused Dr. Petty of being unreasonable and that the allegations were unfounded. So my particular, I hope you had a chance to look at it, my particular response was to this board to go through each of those matters. I was there for the site visit, participated in the site visit, and to collaborate with, to validify the comments that were made by Dr. Petty. I was very concerned, especially when I got to the end of the letter and saw that they were in a sense, in my opinion, providing a threat of actually filing a complaint with the Department of Consumer Affairs because of our actions in trying to ensure that they were meeting all the standards required by the law. To me, that was uncalled for, and the fact that there's a threat against a faculty member, or I mean, a faculty member, sorry, a staff member for doing the job that they're employed to do is, to me, unwarranted. So I'm basically here to support the report that was written and provided by Dr. Petty, to support that the violations did occur. We did talk to faculty. We did talk to the program director. We did talk to the president of the college about our concerns about things that are going on in the program. And to note, since we went on February 12th, since that visit, there still have been three emails that have been sent from faculty addressing concerns, and over 6 phone calls that have come from faculty addressing concerns. So again, these are not unfounded. The evidence was clear to us. It is a situation where I personally felt faculty was not, and the program director was not in a position to actually run the program the way it should be run, and that the bigger issue here is that in order for a program to run efficiently, and according to the law, the program director has to be the one primarily responsible for the running the program. We found in our investigation and talking to faculty and to the program director that an undue amount of pressure is being put upon the program from the administration. It's not something that the program itself is trying to do. They want to do the best they can do. They're trying to do the best they can do, but they feel that a lot of their a lot of the things, the roadblocks that they're finding, are not coming from the actual program director or faculty and staff, but from administration, especially specifically in working with their dean. We did see that there was a lot of input by the dean on the running of the program, and which was superseding that of the program director and the faculty. So faculty felt powerless sometimes to make changes that need to be made because they were told by the dean that this was not the way the program was going to run. This was not the way, the philosophy of the school. So in those senses, it made it did make a contentious environment, which they did state in their letter it was a contentious environment. I felt that. I felt that there was a great amount of stress on the program director and the faculty that we spoke to. So I really would like the board to consider the probation. I really feel that this board needs to give the program director back the power and the faculty back the power that they need to be able to educate the students and to ensure that they basically can meet the requirements that Carrillo has set for graduation. I truly believe that's what the program wants. And that's what the board, I think, wants, is that we want them to graduate successful students, and we want to encourage them to work in a supportive environment where they feel they're heard and where they feel they have the power to make the changes needed to bring about meeting the standards.
So, as Cabrillo demonstrates repeated violations of California laws, regulations, and CODA standards by promoting students lacking Cabrillo, CODA, and California state mandated requirements for licensure, staff recommends the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to require Cabrillo College Dental Hygiene Educational Programs Class of 2026 to complete all deficient clinical hours, requirements, and competencies prior to graduation of the class. Issue a citation and fine of $5,000 and place Cabrillo on a 3-year probation period with quarterly reporting requirements, identifying corrective measures where the program will be reassessed. Additionally, during the probation period, Cabrillo may experience announced and unannounced site visits from board staff to check on the progress towards compliance or further board action. Thank you.
I have one other comment too that I think the board needs to realize. This is our 5th visit to Cabrillo College. 19 was our first visit, which was a routine visit, basically based on them having gone through code accreditation. But the remaining 4 site visits have been due to complaints from faculty, staff, and students. So we have spent a tremendous amount of time working with the faculty and staff, trying to work with the administration. So it's not something that we're just after one visit going to put. I know this is a large penalty, it's a large fine, but I want this board to know we've spent a tremendous amount of time and money trying to make changes and have not seen a result of those changes happening in the actual school itself.
Thank you for your presentation. That is the suggested motion. Is there a second? Would you like me to read the motion? Okay. Would a board member like to read the motion?
This is Sonia Hansen. I, Cabrillo demonstrates repeat, wait. That's the motion we're making, right?
Yep.
Right. As Cabrillo demonstrates repeated violations of the California laws, regulations, and CODA standards by promoting the students lacking Cabrillo, CODA, and California state mandated requirements for licensure, I move for the Education Committee to recommend the full board to require that Cabrillo College Dental Hygiene Educational Programs Class 2026 to complete all deficiency clinical hours, requirements, and competencies prior to graduation of the class. Issue citations of the fine of $5,000 in placement of Cabrillo on a 3-year probation period with a quarterly reportments and requirements, identifying corrective measurements where the program will be reassessed. Additionally, during the probation period, Cabrillo may experience and announce site visits from board staff to check on the progression of the tour, completion of the 4 further board actions.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Michael Long, I second.
Are there any board member discussions? Dr. Elginer?
Yeah, this is Julie Elginer, and again, in my professional capacity, I'm a faculty at UCLA for the past 15 years. And in reading these materials, I was stunned. I just want to say that. Stunned at the request to change grades, stunned at the request to advance under specific circumstances without meeting requirements, stunned at the fact that this has been ongoing since 2019 and we are now in 2026. This is unacceptable. Absolutely, categorically, for public protection purposes, unacceptable. And whether this is coming from the program director, the associate dean, the chancellor of the program, wherever it might be, it is antithetical to educational standards and to public protection. And so while I will be in support of probation, my professional and personal opinion is actually much stronger, and it is revocation. I want to be very clear about the fact that I cannot support for any educational institution to be engaging in this level of lack of educational standards. And to the extent I continue to be on this board and will sit here, I will hold every program to those standards. And I want it to be extremely clear about that.
Thank you.
I agree with Dr. Elginer. And
Is your mic on? Thank you.
I agree with Dr. Elginer, and I have a laundry list of things to add, but I think she made my point very clear as well.
Dr. Elginer?
do have a couple of questions as I was reading these materials, and I wanted to ask the members of Cabrillo College if they were here, but I do not see them here, so I'll just, oh, they are here.
We're going to invite the members up after the board has their comments, so go ahead, continue.
My question was going to be, I can direct it to the individuals if they are here, that's fine. Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hanson?
Just wanted to say I've been on the board for quite a while, and I have heard this case multiple times, and it outrages me to see all the history behind it and everything else. I totally agree with Michael and Julian on that, but thinking it twice also, the students are being sacrificed at this point. And for that, to me, it puts me in a different position. I have always denied, and I will stay to the standards, to the fact that is an outrageous amount of penalties. They have gone through it, but I cannot see the students not going through this stuff. As I've been a student in the past and continue to be in educated programs, I made the motion based on that. Other than that, my standards will continue to say this is not acceptable behavior for any educational program.
Thank you for your comment. Any other board member comments? Dr. Panala?
I have a question regarding the penalty amount. Did we take into consideration the new penalty rubric and fine? Okay.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Even though it wasn't approved by the board, I used it as even though I gave you a sample of of Tooth Fairy University, in agenda item 3. I wanted to see how it would look. And so Executive Officer Lum and I plugged it in, plugged the numbers and all the information in, and we worked on it, and that's where it landed.
Is $5,000 the maximum fine?
Yes, sir.
If there was no maximum fine, do you know how much the fine would have been for all these violations?
Well, no.
Thank you. Dr. Panala?
So for the fine part, I know I understand, but the students' education thing which is compromise, which I think which cannot be like counted towards. And for me, as a student in the past, I would want to make sure that we want to make sure the programs are there. There's a lot of effort which goes into building a program, but managing, maintaining, and making sure the compliance is there is very critical for consumer safety and protection. So I think the fine part is one aspect of it, but how do we make sure that the students get the education they need as they are professionals in the community is a bigger question to answer. And thank you for all the work that went into this.
Thank you. And Mr. Lum?
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. To answer Michael Long's question, yes, we used the proposed rubric just so that way we can have a concrete pattern of and not being accused of just subjectively selecting penalties. So the rubric was set up for this purpose. So that's why we implemented it initially for Cabrillo College. Also, as far as the fine is concerned, that is the max that we can fine. Okay.
Are there any board member comments? At this time, oh, you have one more. Yes.
Oh, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just wanted to let Dr. Panala know, when we receive student complaints, we definitely accept those. And it's a very good reason for us to do a site visit, but also we educate them and refer them to their own internal, like community college processes. So if they're dissatisfied with the education that they're receiving because they paid their tuition for that school to give them an appropriate education, there's should be internal recourses that they can pursue within the school system. So we refer them to that aspect as well.
Thank you for the clarification. At this time, we would like to invite the representatives from Cabrillo College to approach the board. And if you could please identify yourself and your role at the college.
Good morning. I'm Travaris Harris, the Vice President of Instruction at Cabrillo College.
Hello, my name is Faye Corey. I am the program director for Cabrillo College.
Thank you.
So I do want to start by saying Cabrillo College is 100% committed to meeting the requirements of the HPC. We've had violations since I've been at Cabrillo over the past year and a half, and we've complied with all of those violations. One of those being we were told the compressor wasn't working at 100%. We immediately replaced it. We were told that our intraoral cameras were not working at 100%. We addressed that issue. We were told, even though we were in compliance with the ratio, that we needed more full-time faculty. We hired another full-time faculty member. The full-time faculty member didn't stay, but unfortunately, we can't control them taking on another position. But we have taken the steps to replace that position. And also, with some of the violations that have come, we've added or reallocated to the tune of about $250,000 to the improvement of this program. We are committed to improving the program. We're committed to the efficacy of our program. Now, some of these violations, some of these pieces are out of context. So, for example, the situation with uh, the changing of grades. 2 students were removed from the program by faculty because they were accused of a crime without any due process, and those students were failed. And we did have those students put back in the program pending due process. And we actually had a sheriff's investigation that we provided in, I believe it was November last year, the sheriff's report to you. The sheriff actually had camera footage that showed that the students didn't do what they were accused of doing. And so the narrative is that we came in and changed grades, but no, we came in and made sure the students had due process. And actually, what they were accused of doing, they actually didn't do. So we were advocating for our students. And this program is a respected program in our community. The community likes the program. They seek after our students, and whatever violations we have, we will comply with. We don't have any interest in not complying. We don't have any interest. If you deem it necessary to put us on probation, we will meet all of those requirements to the best of our ability. But there has never been a direct or with malice intent not to comply or to put our students at harm. We are 100% committed to our students, which is why we've considerably added additional resources to this program at the request or to meet the requirements of the HPC.
Thank you.
Dr. Traveris brought up about the grades being changed are the current students of 2026. It has nothing to do with the students who were removed from class and an investigation was there. So that's
A
this
point
is
of
correct.
clarification. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, board members. I want to identify myself. I'm Faye Corey. I'm the new program director. So I just came this semester to Cabrillo, and all these violations came on. I kind of inherited it from previously. So I am fully supporting the HBC, and I am fully committed to bring this program into compliance. I understand the frustration. I am also angry. I will not let students graduate without being competent to the profession. We are this one school that all the community depends on the hygienists that graduate from our program. So I do want to graduate professionals that are there and make Cabrillo and the profession proud. For our violations, I'm working with admin, so I want to gain the authority and the power to be able to manage this program. And we are in process of hiring an internal right now to become a full-timer, because I was the only full-timer when I was hired. So everything was me being in the facility, and I was working a lot of hours. So sometimes my hours would, vary from day to day, and sometimes clinic would run when I have outside meetings, and that's exactly what happened. But I am committed to support the program, and the admin approved hiring the full timer, And we also hired a part-time right now that's starting this spring as well to sub and also be in our clinics. So I will be adding additional faculty in our clinics so we don't run shortage. According to the competencies that we went over with Dr. Petty, it is true that we had a lot of empty chairs, and we are improving this. We are hiring, we hired a temporary front office, and this semester it's going very smoothly. Students are always full with patients. We did a lot of marketing, spent so much money on marketing, so now we are having a lot of patients coming into our chairs. And so this is and we added one more clinic. So we have an additional clinic for students to meet the requirements. For the previous semesters, all the requirements, violations for competencies that were not completed has already been completed February of that new semester. So students are up to par with their competencies, and also with the added clinic, this should resolve that problem for those students to be able to graduate.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. They have been heard. And yes, we have read the letters of support from your community partners, the dental societies. So those were included in the meeting materials. What comments do the board members have for the representative from Cabrillo? Who would like to go first? Dr. Panala.
Are you making sure that the students are meeting the previous missing hours because they need to finish certain number of clinical hours before they sit for the exams? So
Correct.
how are you making sure?
Dr. Petty and our faculty met together and we figured out the hours that they missed. And we're putting them in, those students in rotations, Fridays and Saturdays for outside clinics. And we're also adding that Monday clinic additionally for all students to attend to meet the requirements of those missing hours.
I have a follow-up question too. Do you have any rotations for students in other clinics to at least get more experience on working with patients, or it's only the experience in the college?
No, we do community work, and they do rotate into different clinics outside of our facility for low-income communities.
In those clinics, good morning.
Good morning.
Is there faculty supervision?
Correct. There is a faculty that rotates with them.
I also appreciate your commitment to working with the program and making sure that the clinic chairs are full. My concern is your ability, the dean of the program, and her influence over your ability to make decisions. How can you tell me a little? How is that working for you currently?
Sure. I just came in. It's a new role for me, and previously it was an empty interim directors. There've been a lot of changes and turnarounds with the employment. So right now, with me being the full-time director in this facility, I'm working with admin, and hopefully I can gain that power of controlling the dental hygiene.
Do you know that this has been an ongoing problem with the program director not being able to basically manage the program without outside influence?
I'll let
Specifically, I think there's reference to Dean Heidi Weber.
I did read the comments, but I will let Dr. Travers, if you can answer. I wasn't there.
To be honest, I wouldn't speak for faculty and their experience with the dean. I've talked to, so as we've gone through these transitions, I have personally sat down with the faculty because I want them to feel supported. I mean, if they don't feel supported, they don't feel cared for by the institution, they won't pass that on to our students. And from my perspective, 100%, I am committed to the program and making this program better. We recently went down to one cohort, and I've been working with the foundation intentionally to try. We have a donor interested in supporting the program because the community wants the second cohort. And in order to do that, we need to get a pretty significant endowment to support that so that we have stable funds off of the endowment to support that program. And so I'm saying that to say there is an administrative commitment personally by me to support the program. I haven't always been privy to the dynamics between the dean and the faculty, I'll be honest, but I am looking into that because I clearly there is an issue there, and I need to address the issue, and I am doing my due diligence to address that, and I commit to this board that I will continue to do that.
And Michael, because I'm in that new role, I did need a lot of guidance, and it's a learning curve. But once I get the hang of the Cabrillo policies and everything in place, then I will take that role fully.
Wish you luck.
Thank you.
Are there any other board member comments? Dr. Elginer?
Hi, thank you both for being here. I appreciate it. I do have a couple of questions for you. The first is, let me go back. Whether I'm addressing it to the two of you or to our subject matter expert or Dr. Petty, how many times since 2019 has this school been has been cited or fined or specifically been identified not in full compliance?
There have been 5 visits with multiple compliance reports going back and forth. So I could get you that number
I was
shortly.
just curious, but
There's been 5 site visit reports.
5 site visits.
And then back and forth with communication, the updated, the deficiency reports, at least 8, 9 times.
Okay. So thank you. So 8 or 9 times not been in full compliance in 7 years, roughly. Are the students aware that they are enrolling in programs that are not in full compliance with the Dental Hygiene Board and or with CODA standards? Are the students made aware of that when they're enrolling?
So some of the violations that we have received are things, like I said, our compressor wasn't working at 100%. Once we were made aware of that, we replaced it immediately. So no, we aren't advertising to students that, we've had to update equipment or increase the budget for the program or things like that. No.
So, okay, so the answer is no. Wouldn't you imagine if you were pursuing a higher an educational degree that if they were selecting to come to that program that they might want to know that that program has been in violation or the period from 2019 until the current state? Wouldn't one imagine that that would be something that students would want to know and or should receive information about?
So, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but when we receive the violations and we show proof of meeting those requirements, I guess I didn't see it as an ongoing probationary issue. So maybe I misunderstood the violations, but I did think they were matters of discovery, and I felt like we responded to those adequately.
So
example,
my understanding, oh, go ahead, Tony.
Anthony Lam, Executive Officer. Just for a little bit of clarity on this issue, because there seems to be some communication going on where it's assumed that some official board action occurred. With those 5 visits that Dr. Petty identified, the first visit was actually a scheduled site visit where we try to go in after they have a CODA site visit. So that way the program director at the time doesn't have to duplicate so much paperwork. The other 4 visits that we did were based on complaints. So over the years of what we've been doing is Dr. Petty provides them with a deficiency letter. And if they don't comply with the timelines of the deficiency letter to correct the deficiencies that are presented to them, then like this instance where we have some deficiencies not in compliance as evidenced by the latest deficiency report, we bring it to the board. So there hasn't been up to this point any official board action because they have been complying with some things, but then we've identified other areas where they're deficient. So we give them an adequate time to come into compliance for those new deficiencies. And they seem to be, doing that. But at the same time, we still receive complaints from faculty and some students as well. So that's why we returned to do the subsequent visits. And in the meantime, we hope that the program will come into compliance, especially with this further action to the board to put them on probation and a fine. However, just to let the board members know as well, we didn't have these intermediary provisions of citation and fine and probation until 2019. So other than these provisions that we have now, before that, as we experienced with one educational program, the only alternative that we had as far as a penalty is concerned is to withdraw board's approval of that program. And by doing so, it doesn't prohibit the school from teaching. It just prohibits their students from obtaining a license in California. So that's, that's drastic for the students who are signing up for any educational program with intent on working here in California. But subsequently, at our last sunset review, or 2 sunset reviews ago, I was able to obtain intermediary penalties. So that way, it's kind of a warning, because rather than just like an on-off switch, either you're approved or you're not approved, now programs get an intermediary warning that, hello, you're on probation. You need to fix some stuff in order for these students to be appropriate for the profession. And if they don't adhere to that, then we move on to further action if needed. So just wanted to let you know that. But when they are on probation, every time they do receive applications, they are supposed to notify those students, those applicants, that they are on probation.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
That's very helpful. My position is that given the fact that there have been 14 letters that have been exchanged between 2019 and 2026, that there's a responsibility to notify, number one, the students that are enrolling in the program, and number two, the public members that you have coming to clinic to provide dental hygiene services, potentially, that the program that they may be receiving care from is also not in full compliance. So I'm not going to necessarily recommend that today as part of it, but I do think that my position is that given the extensive nature over the 7 years that this has not been in full compliance, that there is a responsibility to notify both the public and to notify the students as part of that.
Thank you. Ms. Galliano.
I'd like to address that. Our whole intent, Dr. Petty and I, in our site visits and things like that, is to support the continued improvement of the programs. And I would have to say, in this case, I don't feel that faculty and the program director have not worked to try to address some of the issues. It has appeared to be an administrative roadblock. So I think in the sense that the clinic, the running of the clinic, the faculty there is committed to patient safety. They are committed to making sure the students are competent. So I don't know that to me is a huge issue. I don't feel that patients are being put under any kind of danger because the clinical faculty there is working very diligently to ensure that. The program director is working to ensure that. So to me, that wouldn't necessarily be warranted because, again, they're not putting patients at risk. Students coming into the program, again, our goal has always been to, the first thing we say when we go into a site visit is we're not here to close the program because we don't want to close programs. And that's the last thing that would ever be on our agenda or the last thing that would ever be a recommendation that we would make to this board. Because again, when we go into the schools, we do experience a high level of commitment from faculty, a high level of commitment from the program director to make the program the best it can be. It doesn't seem to in many cases, it's not a matter of the faculty and the students and the program director not wanting to comply. It's they're meeting resistance from the higher ups. So again, I don't know that we'd have to say that to a student coming in that the school that's on probation, in the sense that probation to us is a chance for the program to improve. We don't foresee that we're going to close the program, that we're going to work with that program to make sure those graduates are competent. So again, it's I understand from a public perspective, but I don't think that it's putting anyone at danger to not have to place that label of probation. I think that's more for us to ensure that the administration understands the seriousness of this and that they understand that it has to change. Because if it doesn't change, our next move would be revocation.
Thank you, Ms. Galliano. Of course.
Um, Faith, I want to go back to something that you had said in your new role, that you are looking to, quote, gain the authority and power to change the program. What is it, by definition, as the program director, don't you already have that? Or what is it that's missing for you to be able to make those changes?
Yes, I do. And the only thing is because that program has been out of directorship for a while with interim directors. So when I came on board, the admin was already involved in our program. And now the separation is going to happen where I'm going to take over that leadership and take authority.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the person in the interim role that was in an admin role is going to return to that administrative role.
Correct.
And you will assume full responsibility for the program.
Correct.
Okay. So as part of that, are you physically present at the campus?
Yes, 100%.
You're physically present, and that includes for clinic, for observation, and all those other things.
Yes, because I am a full-time faculty, I'm more into clinics, and that's one of the violations. And I will, once they hire that another full-timer, I will have more time to do my director work for the program and improvements.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Mhm.
That prompts a question from me. Is part of the reporting requirement requiring updated bio sketches to track where faculty are teaching and the teaching load and administrative authority of the program director? And that would be a question to Adina.
So I was given her bio sketch
Mhm.
and her schedule. And, you know, so if you look at the board, at my site visit report or my response, that's in addendum 1.
Mhm.
What happened was I was given an initial bio sketch, okay, and a initial schedule. That was for the fall. Come spring, big change. So I was never given the spring schedule, and that's why I requested the spring schedule to see what was going on, because they've been out of compliance faculty to student ratio within the clinic. And even the day we went, they were out of faculty to student ratios.
Mhm.
So, and usually the program director will step in, but unfortunately things, she was offsite at a meeting. So, that's why I didn't receive the schedule, and that's why I had requested the schedule in the updated response, because I wasn't given that.
Yes. Thank you. Sure. Ms. Hanson, did you have a question?
Actually, I have a comment. Deeply concerned. I have sat on the board for quite a while. I heard exactly the same excuses for the deficiencies. And I was in the hope by reading materials, but basically also trusting the work of Joanna Galliano and Dr. Petty, who does an outstanding job looking at the sites. Concerned about this program moving forward. And I like to see for the only reason moving forward for the students who are currently there and for the future students. I like not to hear excuses. I come from law enforcement, excuses are not allowed. Okay? I want to see actions. I want to see things being done. The next time I don't want to hear, we had this, but we did this. I want to hear it's been done. and it will continue to be done. That's what I like to hear. Hearing saying, it was, but we try, not enough. I like programs to run efficient. I want educators to come out well. I want students to come out with a great education. And I know no more excuses. It's just my thing.
Thank you.
Other board member comments? Mr. Long.
I have two follow-up questions. One is, I was reading in the material that the program director lives out of the area. Not to put you on the spot, but can you tell me what county you live in?
I
Primary residence?
relocated from Southern California, Orange County, and moved into La Silva or Watsonville.
Okay, great. Welcome to the area.
Thank you.
And then regarding the administrative structure, can you tell me, as the VP of instruction, is your authority over the Dean Weber, or is it? I don't understand how that works. Can you tell me the hierarchy there?
Yes, Dean Weber reports to me.
Okay, wonderful. I also have some questions then regarding the student clinical hours. So, how were students allowed to pass to the next clinical course when all students, 20 out of 20, failed to meet the required clinical hours?
We made this as a remediation for them because of the empty chairs policy that we had. And we extended, we gave them a remediation until they meet with a deadline. So the competencies that they haven't met went on to the next semester for them with a deadline to meet because of the empty chair.
Do you place them on contract?
Yes, we had a contract with the students, and everyone was aware to meet those by a certain deadline. And with the additional clinic, the students will be meeting the hours.
When does the remediation happen? Does that happen during clinic hours?
The
And are you counting the remediation as clinic hours?
Correct.
So you're giving them credit for past work and you're giving them credit for today's work at the same time?
We were passing them with incompletes, but the Cabrillo College could not get them enrolled into the second semester without having a grade. So that happened between the clinic coordinator and the dean.
And then what safeguards now prevent administrative override of clinical faculty progression policies?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I will. What safeguards are present? What safeguards now prevent administrative override of clinical faculty progression policies? So what are you doing to ensure that the students that are that there's not involvement, it's not the students, that this override, because I read about not wanting students to fail, which I understand that. I'm an educator as well. I do what I can, but it seems like that the administration is saying pass people regardless of how many clinic hours they have or what the, where are they at graduation and how much, again, I know this is new for you, but it's a concern that the dean is involved where she shouldn't be. And this is historic. You can go back to the program director not having full capability to run the program. I found notes back from a CODA report in 2014. So this is not new. And I know that you said you've been in the role for a year and a half.
No, 2.5 years.
2.5 years. And then we come back in 2019 and 2024, and these things just continue. So I really, and then we sit here and talk about it like Member Hansen said, and then we come back again. So what's going to happen in 2028? Are we still going to be faced with the same challenges?
With all due respect, this issue has not come up since I've been in the role. So it will be addressed. I don't feel like I've come here and stated that I would address issues that I haven't addressed. I've addressed every single issue that has been brought before me to address. This is a new one, and I will address it, but it hasn't come up in the time that I've been in the role at all.
Okay. Thank you.
The one instance with the students I mentioned before, That was the one time it came up, but that was a different circumstance.
Thank you, sir.
Other board member comments?
Yes. Since I have you here, and I want to just provide a letter that was submitted to the board that's part of the board packet. And that is on page 684 of the meeting materials. This is from Dr. Capps. And the quote that is the second to the last paragraph, sir, in both of your capacities that I want to just make sure. Provide feedback on Dr. Petty's conduct as has continually targeted Cabrillo College in an attempt to, quote, discredit our program for reasons completely unknown to us. And it goes on to say later in that paragraph that the programs, rather than continuously alleging frivolous and unfounded claims of violations that harm the program and the morale of the employees, we just heard from Mr. Long that there's a CODA report from 2014 that cites this. So that's 12 years of deficiency. And number one, for this to, quote, have just come up is maybe you were unaware of that, but there should be some sort of reporting requirements within your institution that CODA and or the Dental Hygiene Board of California's identifications are in fact elevated to you. And number two, to make this claim about the fact that it's frivolous, it's unwarranted, and that it was for unknown reasons is factually incorrect. And it's highly unprofessional. So I take serious umbrage with that claim. And I think the public would agree that the violations that we are discussing are anything but frivolous, unfounded, or not in the public interest. So I want to make sure that everyone is aware of the claim that's being made in here and the fact that it's actually incorrect. And I want to ask what your response is as part of that, because this is coming from your institution.
So I didn't go into all of this because my intent is not to come off as defensive, but stable resources, for example, that's one of the violations. This program is funded off of California state funds. We are not funding this program off of expanded duties, which is cited in the letter. That's just not true. Now, the extent to which state funds are not funding the program is I give $50,000, and that's since I was told that we weren't supporting the program enough with equipment. I increased the budget by $50,000 in lottery funds for classroom instructional equipment. So that's one of the pieces that's not on the general fund, but everything else that supports this program, the faculty, the staff, the equipment, the facilities is 100% on general fund outside of what I just explained. But again, I didn't want to come here and be defensive because I don't want it to come across as we don't accept that there are some things we need to address, because there are, and we will address those. And regarding the morale issue, we did get letters from faculty that said that they felt mistreated during the visit by the site visitors. We had folks that claimed that Dr. Petty said that she hated this program, she hated coming to this institution, and it gave her a migraine. And we did get letters of complaints about how people were feeling based upon that. Again, I didn't bring those pieces up, but you're asking about them, which is why I'm responding. But my intent is not to be defensive. My intent is to accept your recommendations and requirements as experts and to adhere to them.
Mr. Lum would like to jump in.
Yeah, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Unfortunately, for this last site visit where this letter stemmed from, I was actually requested to attend because of the past administrative actions that were occurring with this institution over the years. However, unfortunately, I was sick, so I could not attend. But Dr. Petty and SME Galliano keep me up to date on what's going on and how the site visit goes. I've personally gone out on over half a dozen site visits myself with both of them. And they know what my philosophy is as far as treating these educational programs. When we first started, we got a lot of pushback from these educational programs. And once we went out and started doing all of our site visits, my philosophy is we go in, we identify deficiencies that are occurring at your institution that you may not be aware of. You know, we understand that there's a lot of laws and there's the code of standards that you should be aware of, but you know, many institutions aren't. So we bring that to their attention, we identify those things, and then we educate the programs to hopefully work with them to come into compliance. There's no negativity, it's easy communication, and I've had numerous emails from other program directors that said, after the site visit, your team is wonderful. They worked with us, they're very collaborative, and they're very open to suggestions and how we can rectify our situations. And so seeing this letter that came in to basically, you know, berate my team, I have to take offense to that. It's something that I honestly can say is not true. And again, I've been there at least half a dozen times, seen them in action, stayed like a fly on the wall because I have no idea half the things that they do and what they're looking for. They're my experts. So I would assume in going to Cabrillo, in fact, one of our other site visits that we did, my prior assistant executive officer went with them, and he was actually berated at that time. But staying with the current site visit, I know how my team works, and I do take offense to how that letter came across. So just to let you know that. Thank you.
Other board member comments?
President Pacheco.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. Maybe this is more for staff. What authority does the board have to take action against a program director or clinical faculty who knowingly approves student competencies or direct patient contact hours that have not been completed, including removal from faculty duties and potential disciplinary actions or restriction against their licenses?
So we have business and professions code section 1950.5Z. Unprofessional conduct by a person licensed under this article is defined as, but not limited to, any one of the following: knowingly making a statement or signing a certificate or other document that falsely represents the existence or non-existence of a fact directly or indirectly related to the practice of dental hygiene. So anyone who's licensed by us, reporting anything to the practice of dental hygiene that's incorrect or false, they can be disciplined under unprofessional conduct. We also have 16 California Code of Regulations, Section 1104E, a material misrepresentation of fact by a new educational program or an approved educational program in any information required to be submitted to the Dental Hygiene Board as grounds for denial of approval or revocation of the program's approval.
Thank you. As clinical faculty at UOP, I've always understood that my license is on the line when I work with my students, that I am ultimately responsible for my actions. And thank you for clarifying that. And I hope this is, I hope others understand the implications when we don't have, when we pass people that shouldn't be passed, or we're graduating people that shouldn't graduate, or we're signing off on competencies, or we're skipping competencies, whether it's anesthesia or you know, or direct patient care hours as well. This is an issue. So thank you for clarifying that.
With your permission, Chair, I just want to say that as a public member, I expect that the licensed member, as they are signing it, are willing to put their license on the line, that the students are meeting all of the qualifications. So that is absolutely an expectation that I have as a public member, not just as a board, on the board, but as a member of the 39 million people that live in the state of California, that anyone, whether it's a program director, a faculty that holds a license, that when they are signing that student has met the expectations, that they understand that failure for that to be the case might put their own license in jeopardy. That is a very reasonable expectation. And I don't know if your faculty are aware of that, but my suggestion is that you make them aware of it as part of whether it's whatever we vote on today, or just as part of your new role in the board capacity. And, sir, as part of your role to make sure that for the entire institution, beyond the dental hygiene program, that any faculty is aware that if they hold a current license and they are signing something where that is factually incorrect or the students do not meet, that their license could be in jeopardy at a minimum.
Yes, we are aware. I'll make the faculty aware. I think this is how we are trained as dental hygienists. I will be the advocate for the dental hygiene board. No one will understand it as a dental hygienist in that role. So I will make sure that everybody understands the power of the dental hygiene board. And I will also be in support for you. And I take all these violations seriously.
And can I just ask that you also make the administration aware of it between the org chart between you and you, the people that are sitting there as part of it, that was a subject of discussion, and that you can cite the code if necessary to make sure that, to help them understand that if they are asking for a faculty in any capacity to change requirements, that they are essentially asking that person's license to be in jeopardy, and make sure that is very clear.
I will make sure all the faculty are aware as well as their union representation.
Thank you.
I would also like to add that these are very serious allegations, and the VP of instruction in institutions is responsible for the chain of command and the people that report to you.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Are there any public comments? Yes, please approach the board.
Thank you. Is that?
Can you move it a little closer? There you go. Thank you. Please identify yourself and who you represent.
My name is Dr. Zachary Castiglione. I am a dentist in Santa Cruz County, and I am an associate faculty member at Cabrillo College. I wasn't coming up here to speak on behalf of Cabrillo. I'm speaking for the community, but I do, just in light of the most recent back and forth that we had there, the faculty at Cabrillo, everyone that I work with, or I have had a chance to work with, cares very deeply about educating these students and making sure that they are meeting the requirements that they need to go out into the public and treat patients safely and effectively. We are aware. I think every one of us is aware that when we sign something, our license is, it's like their work is we're responsible for that. Specifically, I teach local anesthesia, and it's really important to me that our students are competent and confident and able to give anesthesia safely and effectively when they get out. And the faculty cares very deeply about that, and they're working very hard to make sure. It has been and has the potential to be a wonderful program. I mean, Cabrillo matters. As a dentist, and what I came to talk to you all about today is that, the word has gotten around that it's not, that there are issues with Cabrillo's dental hygiene program, and I've spoken to the Monterey Bay Dental Society, who submitted a letter, the Monterey Bay Dental Hygiene Association, who submitted a letter. I have another letter from the Western Service Workers Association. People in the community care, and I've talked to
15 seconds.
I've talked to school board members and principals, and there's people in the community who want to help. And I wanted you to know that we care and we agree with the DHBC's trying to get us on track. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Hi, Tuka.
Oh, yes. Hello, Tukas Okai from California Dental Association. And thank you, Dr. Castellano, who just mentioned a letter from the Monterey Bay Dental Society and California Dental Association, and wanted to clarify some of the pieces of our letter and the vein of them. Wanted to also support something Sonia Hansen said earlier, Board Member Hansen, about really trying to get into compliance and working toward a solution. We see an active commitment to getting to compliance with the letter that was sent. I think that there's been, we at CDA and the Monterey Bay Dental Society see a handful of violations where clarification is still needed or cited violation, how to get to that compliance for the support of the students, the faculty, and most importantly, the community they serve. We see an active dedication to compliance and encourage the board to support Cabrillo and some of the newest team members in reaching that space of compliance and really take a supportive, collaborative approach rather than a punitive approach. We see, of course, earlier today, there was the very well researched and detail-oriented rubric. So we understand how the $5,000 fine was taken. We want to see how, either requesting the removal of that to get to compliance, or as the board has, with the motion to move forward with the fine, how that can go to best support students and the program so we can continue to have this really important program whose graduates serve a very, high need population for access to care. So we just asked the board and Cabrillo to potentially meet and discuss strategies that are clear and actionable, really just trying to come as a voice of collaboration, right? I don't want to be like, we can all hold hands and work together, but that's kind of the vein of our comments, really to support the students so we don't ultimately get to a point of potential closure and removing this program, to really
15
support the student
seconds.
graduates and just making sure students have the resources. We see in Cabrillo's outline actions that have been taken to really invest in their students, and we would like to see that continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I did request at the beginning if I can get additional time. Okay. Okay, my name is Heather Lawler. I am currently the remote program coordinator and assistant professor at University of the Pacific. As the former program director at Cabrillo College, I am here to place on the record the sustained pattern of administrative misconduct at Cabrillo College that has resulted in the ongoing noncompliance with the laws and regulations governing dental hygiene education and safe clinical practice. I resigned my position in January of 2025 because administrators knowingly refused to follow the law, refused to correct documented violations, and retaliated against me when I fulfilled my legal and ethical obligations as a licensed professional and dental hygiene educator. Following a site visit by the DHBC in April of 2024, the subsequent visits in August and October, the administration indicated to me and to the DHBC that they were correcting violations, when in fact, they were not. With each successive visit, the retaliation escalated against myself, faculty, staff, and students. What occurred was not confusion on the part of Cabrillo administration, nor was it oversight. It was a deliberate pattern of disregard for the DHBC and CODA requirements. This pattern included suspending all of the established dental hygiene program policies, with the college leadership stating they did not believe those policies should be followed. Prohibiting faculty from enforcing student standards of addressing unsafe and unprofessional student behavior, creating an environment of surveillance and intimidation by placing administrators in classrooms and in clinic to monitor individuals who raised concerns and filed complaints, misstating and misapplying laws and regulations to justify clearly non-compliant decisions, even after receiving documentation and notification that those positions were inconsistent with governing standards. Specific areas of ongoing non-compliance of program requirements included failure to provide faculty and staff support to safely and effectively operate the program, failure to provide sufficient financial resources and administrative support, forced to support fundraising without compensation, exclusion of the dental hygiene program director from making decision-making and undermining oversight and accountability, coercive tactics to suppress and silence complaints. Serious student misconduct was handled in a way that enabled continued harm. Investigations lacked the basic elements of fairness, neutrality, independence, and confidentiality, raising serious concerns about the integrity of the complaint process at Cabrillo. The consequences were significant and observable, including faculty and staff resignations in rapid succession, ongoing reports of student bullying and intimidation, the need for law enforcement presence at the dental hygiene class functions, including a pinning ceremony. Several students did not attend their pinning ceremony because they did not feel safe. Ultimately, this all boils down to as well patient safety. As licensed professionals and dental hygiene educators, we're not permitted to disregard professional standards. However, the college administration chose to do otherwise. As the current reports demonstrate, these same patterns of behavior are continuing. This is not a misunderstanding. This is not a disagreement. This is not a conspiracy. This is a failure to operate within the regulatory framework that governs dental hygiene and education and protects the public. It compromises educational integrity, professional standards, and most importantly, patient safety. I am asking the board to conduct a thorough independent review of this program's compliance and the administrative conduct that has allowed these conditions to persist across the tenure of multiple directors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Other public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx comments? DCA moderator, please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and we do have a couple of requests. So I'm going to go in the order that received. And if you do want to make a request for public comment, please make sure your hand is staying raised. All right. First, I have Jazz Pignon, and Jazz, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device. And this is the moderator, Jazz. It appears you're still muted. I'm going to request to unmute your microphone again. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device. All right, this is the moderator, Jazz. I'm going to request to unmute your microphone again. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device to unmute yourself. All right, this is the moderator. Jazz, unfortunately, we're unable to hear you. I'm going to move on to our next individual. If you still would like to make a comment, please raise your hand again and I will circle back with you. All right. Next I have Shonda Wallace. And Shonda, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Thank you, Sarah. I'd like to thank President Pacheco. Let me make sure I don't have feedback. Am I doing okay?
This is the moderator. It sounds like you do have a little bit of an echo. If you have a second login in, you may want to log out of that.
Okay, is it better?
Talk one more time and I can. Oh, it sounds like there still is an echo.
Yeah, I can hear it too. I apologize. 1 second here. Did that help?
I don't think I'm hearing myself now, so I think we might be okay.
Okay, apologize for the confusion. I'd like to thank President Pacheco and the full board for hearing my testimony. I am a proud graduate of Cabrillo College, and that was in 1983. I've served in numerous roles in dental hygiene leadership, having served as president of the California Dental Hygienists Association. When we had a dental hygiene board in California, I served as the chief examiner, and I served as the chairperson for the Committee on Dental Auxiliaries for 2 terms. I am a retired tenured professor of a community college, and I serve as a subject matter expert for the Dental Hygiene Board. I say this so that I can qualify my testimony as coming from experience and knowledge. Having said that, my heart is extremely heavy. What a hot mess Cabrillo is in. You know, you might think this is odd, but thinking about the closure of the Cabrillo College Dental Hygiene Program for me compares to the contemplation of euthanizing a long-time pet with a terminal illness. That's the best way I can describe it. I think that the reports and the materials set forth by the board have been done with skill, clarity, and thoroughness. They are factual and unbiased. And I honestly can't understand the administration of Cabrillo College.
15 seconds.
I think that if the revocation of the program is in the future of Cabrillo College, it will have been thoroughly vetted and necessary. Thank you.
All right. This is the moderator. Next, I have a individual logged in as IC, and IC, you will be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hi, my name is Ireland. I'm actually one of the current students at Cabrillo, class of 2026. And I just want to say a few things. For those of you that mentioned recognizing the students and how we're going to be greatly affected by these motions and discussions, thank you for thinking about us during this meeting and also bringing all of this to attention. As when I enrolled in the program, I didn't have any knowledge of there being a record of non-compliance with the program. But I do want to speak on the faculty and just say that they have been full of support during my uh, education with Cabrillo, and I felt that previous faculty and current faculty, they want nothing but the best for us, and I do see them trying their hardest within their scope of power to provide as much education and support as they can. And then finally, just with everything that's being discussed today, I'm just really thankful that you are all taking the time to really consider the options and the potentials for the program's future. And I personally want to be proud of graduating from Cabrillo and being a competent hygienist who was vetted and went through all of the necessary requirements and passed on the other side. So just want to say thank you all for, talking about this today. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Renya Bariga. And Renya, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hello, everybody. My name is Reina Barriga. Can you guys hear me?
This is the moderator. Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. So I am class president at Cabrillo, class of 2026. And I just want to say that Cabrillo has been doing an amazing job making sure that we are all competent and ready for graduation. I was supposed to be actually a part of the graduating class of 2020, 2025. And so I kind of have an understanding of everything that's been going on with even that cohort. But I just want to say that, Miss Corey, being the new director, has been doing amazing changes already as soon as she hit the door. Our new clinic coordinator, Miss April Hoops, has been doing amazing in making sure that we are compliant as far as being in clinic, doing competencies, and making sure that we're not getting as many empty chairs as last semester. The staff there is very, very well-rounded, very knowledgeable in dental hygiene, and I wouldn't want to take my education anywhere else. Cabrillo is definitely known as one of the best dental hygiene programs in the Bay Area, and so I take great pride in being a soon-to-be graduate in 2026, come this May. I know that, there had been some complaints about the program, and I just want to say that, no program is perfect. I don't think that we're putting the public in any danger. I have gotten many, even as a student, a lot of my patients are so proud of us and they love coming to the clinic. And so I just want to make sure that, we continue to provide for the
15 seconds.
for the public. As far as local anesthesia, being competent and graduating along with, making sure that we're competent to even do dental hygiene, I'm just kind of, misunderstanding because the Dental Hygiene Board of California did away with the clinical aspect of testing us. So if you guys are just going based off, you know, papers being signed, whether we're competent enough, I mean, I think maybe we should look into bringing it back because these instructors are doing amazing and everything that they do is for us.
All right,
And they're,
this is the moderator. Fortunately, time is up, so we are going to move on to our next person requesting public comment.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, next I have Jazz Pinon, and Jazz, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. I apologize, I was having trouble with connection earlier. My name is Jasmine. I am currently a student at Cabrillo College, class of 2026. And first and foremost, I want to thank the board for taking us students into consideration. It's been a long journey for a lot of us to get to where we are. And I want to say that all the instructors have done an amazing job. They have provided tutoring for us. They have offered numerous of times to provide tutoring, whether it be instrumentation, to providing tutoring for x-rays. These instructors have just done amazing. And I am happy to say that I will be a graduate from Cabrillo. Unfortunately, some of us didn't really know what was going on. Um, and I want nothing more than to provide good service to the community. As a licensed RDA of 6 years and current licensed RDA and orthodontic assistant, I chose Cabrillo to extend my education. And the fact that you guys are letting us do this to help serve underserved communities means a lot to us as students. And it is, I just want to say it is our commitment to make sure that we will complete the required hours in order for us to graduate. But I guess, mostly I just want to speak on behalf of everyone and say thank you for taking us into consideration. Um, you know, some of these issues were
15
presented
seconds.
but before we were even there. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Yes, yes. I have a question for staff as part of the motion. Given the extensive discussion and from our subject matter experts, our staff, the former program director, the current staff that are here from Cabrillo, I want to ask, is it possible to move this potential organizations from a 3-year probationary period to less time than that, like 2 or 1 year? And my thought is, I'm not particularly comfortable with a 3-year period to address these issues, given the fact that this has been ongoing for so long, that my concern is bringing it before the board in either 2 or 1 years if it has not been addressed for potential revocation. Mr. Lum.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. It's at this committee's discretion as far as how long they would like to have probation for. Because again, the motion is a suggested motion from staff. However, one thing that I did want to point out is we actually don't have authority to revoke the school from teaching. We have the capability of revoking and withdrawing our approval for their students to, for that school to be approved by the board, but they can continue to teach. And like I said earlier, they just can't sit for licensure. So that's what our authority is we can remove the approval of the school if they don't follow what's in the guidelines in the law, in the standards in the law, I should say.
Thank you.
I have a question for clarification.
Yes.
Regarding the 3-year probation period, I don't read it as we're giving them 3 years to comply with these measures. I read it that they're going to comply, and for 3 years they're going to report quarterly that they're still in compliance. Is that you're shaking your head? So that okay.
Yeah, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. That's correct. They're going to be placed on 3 years probation, but they have to comply immediately as soon as possible for follow-up. And then during the subsequent time that they are still on probation, they still have to maintain compliance.
As part of that, based on those reporting requirements, if it's deemed necessary to that they're not meeting the standards, there is an opportunity for them to be called before the board again for potential consideration of revocation. Is that correct?
That is Anthony Lum. That is correct. If they do not, if they continue not to comply, or at a future time when they still are on probation and they, fall back and continue not to comply, then it's an action that we will bring back to the board for further action.
May I add?
Yes.
Also, as other programs have been on probation, you will see in my site visit report their letters of, reporting to me and checking. So, they will constantly be brought before the board, for the next 3 years before, before the board.
Okay. And my second question is, I want to just make sure I'm clear that as part of that probationary measure, they're required to notify incoming students that the program has been placed on probation. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And is there also a requirement to notify current students?
Yes, once if they still have students in their cohort and the eventual board tomorrow decides to accept this motion, then yes, they would have to inform their current students as well.
And presumably, they would have to provide documentation as part of the compliance requirements that the notification has gone out, right? Like some sort of evidence that there was notification that happened?
You could even put that in your direction if that's what you want.
Well, I think especially since we heard 2 different students today as part of public comment say that they were unaware that these issues had been in place. And so I most definitely agree that the students, the current students and future students should in fact be notified if the board opts to take the position that the program has been placed on probation. Yes.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just a point of clarification. Probably these students and probably other programs, no, I shouldn't say other programs. Probably these students were not notified because there hasn't been any official board action. Up to this point, we've issued deficiency notices for them to comply, and we've given them ample opportunity to comply. And I just want to, say that the intent, we do want to work with the school. We don't want to see it shut down. That's the last thing we want to do. However, it's up to the school to make that determination whether they want to comply or not, for this board and for your students and the community. The letters that I received all supported Cabrillo immensely, and I agree with that 1,000%, because you guys, your graduates, give so much back to the community, and it's very important that that continues. However, as we know, times change. You have different leadership now than from past years, where individuals have sent me letters that state that in the past, Cabrillo's been wonderful, et cetera. I hope you all get back to that. I'm willing to work with you, but at the same time, we have to do this action against the school to kind of send a message to you that we're watching. We need you to comply, because the laws, the California laws and the code of standards are the minimum requirements that a school needs to do. You can go above them, beyond those. But if you even just hit the minimum, and my staff can identify that you all are operating at the minimum level, um, compliance with the California law, compliance with the code of standards, you won't hear from us because you are in compliance. So there's nothing for us to identify and bring back to the board. So I just urge you to, work with us, and we'll do the best that we can to help you out. But at the same time, again, as a bit of a warning, the recommendation is to have you placed on probation and issue a fine, I should say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lum. Yes.
This is for you, Doctor. California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1104.3 sets out the parameters for site visits, citations, fines, and probationary status for the educational programs. So, I mean, if you need me to print that off for you. So parameters are in there. And if the board wants to add into their order, whatever they want to do.
One follow-up question then, Dr. Petty. Under 1104.3, does it state specifically that the program is to inform the students or incoming students of the probation?
So not directly, but where is it? Okay. If the board places, so this would be C3, if the board places the DHEP on probation, The DHEP is required to provide notice of the probationary status in writing to its students within 15 business days of being placed on probation. Formal notice shall include, but not limited to, blah, blah, blah. So yes, it's in there.
So then we wouldn't necessarily need to amend the motion.
No.
Because it's required within.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Hanson.
Sonia Hansen. This might be for you, Dr. Petty. Since the students are going to be notified and they will be notified, are the staff and the new incoming staff has to be notified as well? So as for you, that you're incoming into this profession, you weren't aware of the issues, which I think is very disregard of your ethical values to come out and not be notified on the many issues. Well, first, myself, I would have investigated into it. But second of all,
Yes, it says, in addition, the DHEP shall provide notice to each potential student applicant to the DHEP before offering to enroll that applicant. So it is in there.
also for the staff,
Oh,
staff.
no, there's no, this is for students only.
Okay,
That
staff and
is not-
faculty is not to be notified?
Well, that's not within the regulation.
Could add.
Your motion, sure.
I would like to have that added as well too, if I could.
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Actually, we can't if we don't have it in regulation or statute. Putting something like that in there would be an underground regulation.
Okay.
Since we don't have authority.
Something to consider.
However, in good faith, the program could notify their staff and faculty, and as part of the compliance with the potential probation, could submit documentation that they went above and beyond as part of this extensive discussion to meet and exceed, as Executive Officer Lum was mentioning, that you have the opportunity to exceed the minimum requirements, not just meet them. So one might imagine that given the discussion that we've had, that might be something that we would find favorable or at least be appreciative of if the notification goes out to staff and faculty and senior leadership if that measure is passed.
Yes. We have no problem doing that.
Other board member comments? Is there a motion? I will go. Okay. Crystal will call the roll and record the vote.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen. Michael Long. Aye. Sridevi Panala.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We're going to continue. What time is it? Okay. All right. Yes, it is 12:28. This is a good time to take a lunch break. We will come back in 1 hour. Ready to continue? Okay, do my thing. It is 1:30. The board is going to commence for the afternoon session. We're going to begin on agenda item number 6, Dental Hygiene Educational Program Site Visit Update Report. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty, Educational Specialist, to present this agenda item. Meeting materials are in addendum number 2. Dr. Petty.
Thank you, President Pacheco. So the site visit report, the overview report, can be found in addendum 2 materials on pages 10 through 14. First, the Pasadena City College site visit report may be found on pages 891 through 902. So the reason we went back to Pasadena City College is they had their CODA self-study, and this was to confirm everything reported within the self-study. However, currently they're not in compliance, and staff is concerned regarding the clinical and radiology resources that they have, patient privacy concerns, which on page 893, which were addressed, and program faculty qualifications on page 895, which were addressed as well. The issue with clinical and radiology resources, they're in the middle of Pasadena City College is on probation. Okay, they're one of the schools on probation. However, they're in the process of getting a temporary clinic until they can build the major clinic, that building D revamp. But the facilities that they have now have been breaking down and having issues with them. So you'll see it all within the site visit report. And you'll see that on page 891 of the addendum, or no. It's 891 of your board meeting materials. Okay. Additionally, the board staff has had the following concerns. While the program director assignment is technically within board parameters, the program director is holding an overload of 30%, and we're concerned with the director's bandwidth to support the supervision goals and administrative objectives of the dental hygiene program. So you can find that on page 897 to 898. While the program director's assignment is within the parameters, it's just overloaded for her. We also have a concern regarding student attrition rates with a history of the following. 16 students were accepted in the fall of 2019, but only 11 students graduated from the program. 16 students were accepted in the fall of 2021, but only 13 graduated. 16 students were accepted in the fall of 2025. And these are the current students, but only 12 students remain. So the board's a bit concerned about attrition rates. So historical and current data indicate students are failing to complete all requirements in the assigned semester, thereby necessitating the students to carry over incomplete requirements into optional winter and summer intersessions. So that's another concern. Second, Taft College, they've been on probation and currently they are in full compliance, and their current quarterly report may be found on page 917 of the meeting materials. Third, the 3 Concord Career Colleges in Garden Grove, San Bernardino, and San Diego are all currently in compliance with their sole remaining violation regarding their program's instructional length to be a minimum of 10 weeks, excluding final exams. That began on February 2nd, 2026. Their current schedules may be found on pages 918 through 926 of the meeting materials, so they are in full compliance right now. Fourth, Cerritos College is in temporary compliance with permanent administrative staffing to be in compliance by June 1st, 2026. In other words, right now they have a temporary staff member, and they're working on getting that permanent staff member hired permanently, full-time. So they're in compliance, temporary compliance. Finally, Diablo Valley College fifth violation determination report may be found on pages 927 through 958. Currently, they are not in compliance with staff concerned regarding student clinical direct patient care hours. You can find that on pages 927 through 944 of the board meeting materials. Their response was due on March 26, 2026. And we have not received that yet. And the program director assignment compliance is pages 945 through 950, which is due on June 1st, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Petty. Are there any committee member discussion?
This is Michael Long. I guess I'm just concerned about the student clinic direct patient care hours, and that their report was due March 26th, which was just a couple days ago, but we still haven't received it.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Thank you. I don't know, just something to be aware of. And as we saw earlier, that's an issue for other campuses as well, just to keep a close watch on this and see how that progresses between now and our next board meeting.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Just wanted to say I'm happy to see a lot more compliance recently. It's a great time to hear it, and a lot more colleges are being in compliance right now that it has been in the past. Thank you, Adina, Petty, and everybody else, all the stuff.
Sure.
This is a question for Dr. Petty. I want to refer to page 944 of our board packet. So I'll let you find that. Yes, just a moment before I ask my question.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, this is in regarding Diablo, and it's on point L, and so it's the determination. Sorry, it specifically says the board was unable to confirm compliance for violation 1 on the following dates: October 31st, December 19th, and January 23rd. And then my understanding is that then on February 25th, it was determined that they were not in compliance. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why would 3 sequential visits result in an inability to confirm compliance? They didn't provide information for you or what?
Right. The information they provided, and you could see it within the board meeting materials. I was working through different ways to try and
Yeah.
fit it in. I don't know if this worked or the Cabrillo way worked. They sent me documentation, and it wasn't 3 site visits, it was 3 responses.
Okay.
So the information they sent me didn't solve the issue, and so
The necessitation of correspondence back and forth on those 3 dates, and it wasn't then until between October 31st to when the information was determined not in compliance of February 25th. That's like a 5-month time period. That's concerning to me, not from our staff standpoint, but for the fact that potentially there are ongoing compliance issues over a 5-month period that are not being addressed. That's just I want to just clarify from my own, but also make it clear that that seems like a long period where potentially not in compliance.
we try to work with the program, and we give them chances to try and answer, and if something's not working, I'll say, could you please respond again, and I'll send a site visit report. So there were site visit or compliance reports sent.
Okay.
So you don't have all of them because they're all kind of included within this one. So you'll see the responses on October 31st, December 19th, and January 23rd within this document.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying.
Sure. Thank you.
Other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Hello.
Hello, I'm Tona Steve. I'm the program director for Diablo Valley College. Diablo Valley College. Yeah. So there's confusion on what is expected with this. This is based on a CODA standard. It's not based on anything that's in law. And we were given actually 2 days before the dental hygiene board came out was when our CODA site visit ended, and we were given approval without reporting. So we met the standard from CODA's perspective. My concern here is that staff is asking us to remove our clinic assistant rotation, which I feel very strongly against. We teach our students infection control, how to use the sterilizers. We teach them that in the summer right before they begin the program. So that's their first course in the summer. And then to remove that rotation wouldn't allow them to practice that throughout their program. And then they'd be going out into the public without any practice, any further experience with that. And I feel that's wrong. So, so that's part of it. And the other part is looking at it holistically. I gave you a couple charts in there of, I think it was 480 hours. Let me look at it, make sure I'm right. 448 hours. So if we went by and then CODA standard is a recommendation too. It's what you should do. It's not what's required. But going by what they say you should do, the recommendation, if we were a 60-week program.
15 seconds.
One more time.
You can extend her time.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yeah.
So if we were a 16-week program with 12 hours a week in our senior year, which is the minimum recommended, and then started our students halfway through their junior year, the spring semester of their junior year, which is common, that would be a total of 448 hours. What we've done is we've extended that so our students start seeing their patients at the beginning of the spring semester. We have that clinic rotation in there. And with that type of schedule, we're seeing our students have direct patient care according to well, they do have a direct patient care, not taking into account documentation, not taking into account the infection control procedures at the end of an appointment for 481 hours. So when you look at it holistically, we're right in there. So I have trouble understanding why we're not in compliance.
Yes, Dr. Petty.
Okay, so if you look on page 942 of the board meeting materials, regarding point 2 above, the DHBC acknowledges the importance of a clinical assistant rotation and does not advocate for eliminating this rotation. However, if DVC does not increase weekly direct patient care hours to accommodate for the clinical assistant rotation, students will still be significantly short on the recommended direct patient care hours, which is crucial to developing student competency in patient care. What's happening is, with the CODA standard, the rotation, not the rotations, direct patient care hours should be distributed throughout the program. And per week, they are required to have a certain amount, or they're recommended to have, and the board has always established that minimum. The board has always said, so for the first semester, the students start seeing patients they're supposed to see, or for pre-clinic, they're supposed to have 6 hours of experience. For the first semester of them seeing patients, they're supposed to have 8 to 12 direct patient care hours per week. And then in their final pre-licensure year, they're supposed to have 12 to 16 hours of clinical practice per week. Okay. The board has always maintained that and has always checked all the dental hygiene schools for that minimum. Okay. Especially since we eliminated the exam, we want to ensure that direct patient care hours are accounted for. So if you look at their schedules, yes, they may have more hours, 16-week program versus a 10-week program, however you may look at it. But when you take out a couple students from each clinical session, then they are not meeting that minimum direct patient care hours. So instead of 12 to 16, hang on, I might be able to. It's at
That
the,
is 13, and those are weekly hours. I will agree with that. But holistically, they're seeing more. Is this making sense? Because they're seeing patients sooner than some programs. And
but
we do have more weeks than some programs. So, looking at it, allowing the differences among different programs, I think it's important to look at it holistically so that programs can run their programs as we feel necessary.
Is the concern the timing of when these hours take place?
The concern from staff's point of view is that on any particular week, one or two students are in a clinic assistant rotation. So during that particular week, they're not getting their 12 hours or 8 hours. But for the rest of the semester, they are. And we're making up for that by starting them seeing patients earlier. So they're actually getting more hours.
but CODA standards in the weeks, regardless of when they start, they're supposed to have 6 hours pre-clinic, 8 to 12 hours per week in the first year or the first semester they start seeing patients, and then 12 to 16 hours. So what's happening is, there's decreased clinic time for those students. So they're not, so instead of seeing, I'm just going to use 4 hours, 4, 8, 12, instead of seeing 3 clinic sessions, 4, 8, 12 to meet the minimum 12 hours, they're only meeting 8 hours instead of 12. Regardless, so, we don't look at, when they start, when they, when they start. So if they want to start at the very beginning, whatever, we're going by the CODA standard, and where the recommendation is 6 hours, 8 to 12, or 12 to 16 hours, and they are not meeting that. The schedules differed from what I saw in from practice to what was reported to CODA and to us in the site visit or in the self-study. So that was, I'm strictly going by the hours, and I'm strictly following what the board.
Tonette, is it a scheduling issue? Like if the schedule was changed where they only had one rotation per week, then it would give them
That wouldn't suffice what Dr. Petty is asking for. The issue is when they're in a clinic assistant rotation, that's not being counted as direct patient hours. So one person for 1 week, but I've taken that out of looking at what we're doing. So with those clinic assistant rotations, they are getting 480 hours of direct patient care throughout their program versus 448 if we would get rid of the clinic assistant rotation and start them halfway through the spring semester of their first year, like a lot of programs do. I really think I see the weekly, but that's really being very, very narrow focused into 1 week. That's not looking at the whole program. And when you look at the whole program, you will see these programs with 10 weeks are going to have less patient care hours than programs with 18-week schedules. And I want to emphasize too, again, it's a recommendation for CODA. It's not required by CODA, and it's not in statute. Like when I was at the dental hygiene board meeting last time, you started talking about maybe we need to put that into regulations, what those hours would be. I volunteered to be on a task force for that, and I would strongly recommend, if you're going to do that, to be looking at it holistically. If you look at it per week, you're not giving every program the same requirement.
Just a question. When you refer yourself continuously as a holistic, may I explore on that, your version of it?
The entire program. So looking at it from when they begin the program to when they end it.
Mhm.
This is looking.
So does CODA or anybody else call holistic? No.
And may I just add, these are minimum hours. You know, a program is fully able to increase their hours, but these are minimum hours. And, the board has always held all programs to this standard. Did you want to say anything, Joanne?
I say this is the first time that I've been asked about patient care hours. It's always been the clinical hours, and that's what I reported, is what our clinical hours are. I've never been asked yet to take out the time they have for documentation or the time they have for infection control.
In the CODA standard, it says direct patient care hours.
That is correct.
So direct patient care hours, let me,
That is a nursing, I think the board needs to define that for dental hygiene because the definition of
direct patient care hours, yes, I did take it from a nursing, but it should apply. Direct patient care, oh, goodness gracious.
our hygiene process of care includes documentation, so that would be something to.
That's process of care, not direct patient care hours. So unfortunately, CODA doesn't define direct patient care hours, so that's why I had to go to the nursing, and that, oh, jumping Jiminy Crickets, I'm so sorry.
Are you looking for the standard?
No, the direct patient care hour definition.
Nursing does take out documentation.
Oh, here it is. Okay. So direct patient care includes any clinical interaction or activity in which an individual provides hands-on, face-to-face care to a patient. It involves personal contact with patients in the process of delivering medical or therapeutic services and may include assessing, diagnosing, treating, educating, or counseling patients directly to improve health outcomes. Indirect patient care is defined as indirect patient care is different from direct patient care. It is essential and includes tasks that support patient care but do not involve direct interaction with patients and or support people. So if you look at the CODA standard, it says direct patient care hours of 8 to 12, and 12 to 16.
Madam President.
Yes.
So understanding the importance of having a clinical assistant rotation time. And I think you can all appreciate that because that's essential. What would the board's recommendation be, if any, to incorporate that role, that rotation, and still satisfy the number of direct patient care hours per week? Because it sounds like you're doing it by week. Would you just do it by day, one day a week, and then they have the other days they're having direct patient care? Is that what you would want?
That was my thinking, is that if that particular student was doing one of those duties that week, they're down to 12 hours instead of the 16 or they would have at least the minimum of 8 if they were on a rotation. But for the majority of the semester, they're on the 12.
So they have it. So what's been happening at DVC is the hours have been progressively getting smaller within that clinic session. So if it's they could make up for it if they just extended their clinic time. That's all that, if they extend their clinic time by an hour per week, it would adjust for that, or however many. I had it's in the recommendation. It's in the report.
Hours are like 17. So, I mean, you just have, that's a curriculum change, which is going to take a year to do.
I'm sorry, would you mind leaning forward? I'm a little bit hard of hearing. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so that's a curriculum change that takes a year to do. And it seems, I mean, I understand, I just don't understand how this is. I mean, I think your goal is to be consistent with all programs. And when you don't have consistent weeks in all programs, requiring this on a weekly basis is not consistent for all programs. You're requiring those programs that have more weeks in their term, those students will have more patient hours, and the programs that have fewer weeks in their term will have fewer patient hours. So it's not consistent across the programs.
Not necessarily.
I believe, and I could be corrected, Ron, but those hours are established by CODA. They're defined to whether it's a 10 or a 16-week program
They're recommended,
to
they're not
meet them.
required. And CODA
Correct,
has
but
determined that we are in compliance with that standard.
what I'm stating is that, yes, they have been established per length of program. So to meet those minimums is what is being required for each program, whether it's 16 or 18 or 10, it still has to follow the same guidelines. May I be correct?
And it's recommended, not required.
Well, you're recommended to take your pills. You're not required to, but you're going to die if you don't. Right? So it's kind of basic, kind of going back to the same basics. The recommendations are based upon what is the best interest for everybody. May I force you to take those pills? You may not, but you're recommended to take them. So it's kind of like in the same guidelines, and I might be misleading on that, but it's not. It's kind of taken upon different letters of the word, and I believe that if things that we can help you modify to help you to to create a success on that one, we can aid you. Dr. Petty is quite successful in doing that, and Joanna Galliano as well. So maybe a guidance to see how can they be adjust might be the best instead of.
Well, it was recommended to me to remove the clinic assistant rotation.
Well, I'm just saying that if we can help you to succeed in your path, we will do the best for you to do that.
I did not say that. I did not say to remove.
I didn't say that.
Oh, she said it.
Oh, okay.
But
I'm just saying that.
I was asked during the site visit, I was asked, why don't you just hire a dental assistant, one of your dental assisting students to do this?
But I think the goal ultimately of this board, and it's not just me, but it's the sentiment of all of us, is to help you succeed.
Yeah.
And we'd like you to do that. If you will let us do that, we'll lead you in the right path for all of us. And that's all the ultimate goal. Let us figure it out, and maybe we all can table that and figure it out for you for the best, so it creates a successful career for everybody. Correct?
I mean, I'm willing, give me a total number of hours, and I'm more than willing to abide by that so that I can keep my clinic assistant rotation. But it has been recommended to me to remove it, and I just don't feel comfortable doing that. But
Can I ask a question? You mentioned 480 hours. Is that hours of what we're defining as direct patient contact, not the documentation, not the prep?
correct.
Thank you. And then our concern is the fact that not all these 480 hours are happening every single week.
No, this is throughout the program. These are
Yeah,
total,
but,
yeah.
but not, you're not getting a portion of this every week. You're occasionally skipping a week for your clinic rotation
You're occasionally skipping 3 hours for one
from the session.
clinic assistant rotation
But,
during a week.
and they're on rotation for an entire week.
No, for 1 day of a week,
Oh,
So,
and twice during a semester.
okay.
so if you look at the latest documentation, you can find it on page 943, Mr. Long. There are 8 1/4 hours of scheduled direct patient care per week, 2.75 hours 3 times a week. However, the clinical assistant rotation in each session results in a reduced patient care hours to only 5 1/2 hours per week for 2 students. So, and then for the spring 2026 for 231B, which is their second year cohort, there are 14.32 hours of scheduled direct patient care hours per week, or 3.58 hours 4 times per week. However, the clinical assistant rotation in each session results in reduced patient care hours to only 1074 hours per week for 1 student. So your first year students are 2 students are at 5.5 instead of the minimum 8, and 1 student for the seniors are at 1074 per week instead of the recommended 12 to 16.
One of the, or 2 of the 16 weeks. Not for overall. Right. Well, we're exceeding the minimum recommendation overall.
Can I, Joanne Galeano, educational consultant. The issue here is, for example, I was a program director for 8 years, and also I was cited by CODA for having a clinical assistant position. Whereas when she had her site visit, she wasn't cited. It depends on what the site visitors are looking at. It's not a clear-cut requirement. And this is what it's obvious from what Tona is saying. It's not a clear-cut requirement. As your educational consultants, we have, because of experiences that I had, we have stuck to the recommended hours that CODA has. We haven't looked at total hours. We've looked at, because CODA doesn't look at total hours. We don't have that to look at. And I think what Tony's saying, at this point, this board has is at a juncture where you need to decide. We need to decide as a board: is it the number of hours total, or is it the number of hours per week? That's important, because CODA does not specifically define. Well, they say how long you have to have, and the program has to be a certain number of hours and things like that. The people that programs that are shorter have the same number of hours as a program that's 16 weeks. They have to. CODA requires the same number of hours. So their clinic sessions, they tend to have more clinic sessions per week than a program that's a longer program. So the hours are consistent. So that I don't think is a clear statement or a true statement. But again, what I'm seeing here is that what we've tried to do, because we don't want to be, well, you do your programs this year. We look at the minimum, what CODA says, recommended this many hours for first year, this many hours for second year. And that's what we've held every single program in the state to, those hours. So here the challenge is to this board. Here's the challenge. In Tona's mind, it shouldn't be the number of hours per week. It should be the number of hours per semester, which CODA does not define and does not provide a standard for. So it's up to you as a board to determine. We can make it whatever we want it to be. And we could do that, like Tony said, a task force. But at this point in time, that's the marker we've been using, and they're not meeting that marker because of that clinic session. I had to add a whole nother clinic session when CODA came to visit my school, because they did not accept the clinical assistant as direct patient care. They would not allow it. So again, had to, and I don't know, DBC might be different. It was an emergency change. I had to do it by the next semester. I couldn't wait a year. So basically, it went through the curriculum committee on a fast track. 'Cause I didn't have a choice. I was going to have to, I was out of compliance. So I don't know again if DVC has the same mechanism to do that or not, but if I would imagine they would if you're out of compliance and you have to get into compliance, and they're not going to say you can't make that curriculum change because all you're doing is you're not changing your curriculum, you're just adding a session or you're adding hours. The curriculum's the same. It's just the number of hours have changed. So I think this is where we are. And this is the way that we've approached it as your evaluators. We've taken the code of standards. We haven't done the should, the should and the musting. The CODIS recommends this. We needed a baseline. We wanted to be consistent. We set the baseline. We've been consistent. And they're out of compliance based on the baseline that we've set and we've done for every program. And so again, it's kind of in your court at this point to determine how you want to move from here. But using what we've used for the other 28 schools, 27 schools, they're out of compliance. It's helpful.
Yes, Mr.
Anthony Love, Executive Officer. Wait, before you run off, Joanne, just have a question for you. So just as far as your summary is concerned, because the code of standard is not clear, and they have verbiage in there that is, I'll just call it loose. So what you're suggesting is to the committee is to possibly come up with stakeholder input, obviously with the program directors, and get, whether it's the number of hours, one way or the other, whatever is decided, codified, so that way it's solid. Okay, thank you.
So there isn't confusion. So we're not at, one school saying, it doesn't say that it must.
Well, it's in the intent statement.
Right.
And so there is a
Right.
must statement, but then they have a definition in the intent statement. But in the intent statement, it does say per week.
Correct. Correct, it does.
And
And that's what we have used. We have used that for every program we've been to. We have not varied for that in the past 10 years.
CODA looks at progression of learning.
Right.
So, and that is why they look at the per week.
Right. But like I said, and Tone is correct. It's not a must in the intent statement. It's a should. So, legally, there is wiggle room there. And again, in the interest of consumer and protection and in the interest of consistency, we have chosen to make it a must statement in our evaluations.
Yes, Dr. Petty.
And after we're done with this leads beautifully into EDU 7.
That's correct.
So, Dr. Pinalla
Yes.
had something.
Sure.
Yeah, I just working with quotas for universities and stuff. I know there is a reason why it is there because we want to at least measure everything to a certain standard, and it could be challenging if we interpret and change because every time if another program interprets things differently for whatever reason, and we are looking at a whole bucket, we will be constantly at this place of trying to amend. So I just want to look at that aspect as we are making amendments to the quota language. Thank you.
And President Pacheco, and this is informational only. There was no action. There's no action against DVC currently. So just want to clarify.
Any other board member comments?
Just say that it seems that for our administrative purposes, to start to allow programs to go outside of what we already, how we already treat the programs when it comes to clinical hours per week would not be in our best interest. Just administratively, it seems like it would be so much more challenging to like now start having other programs say, okay, how many programs, how do we manage all of that? As opposed to having the one program make some adjustments to get into compliance with how we're evaluating the programs over, it sounds like, the last 10 years. So I understand that it seems like your students are getting all the hours in a semester, but that just doesn't seem like the process that we're putting forward to the other programs as well. So hopefully we could work through that to get, I would love to see you make those slide. You were talking about a half an hour for 2 students in their primary class, and then an hour plus.
So but you don't do it just for those 2 students. You do it for the entire program, and that's,
Yeah.
so if you're adding an hour to a clinic session, you're adding faculty, you're adding 4 faculty. So you're adding 4 hours. I mean, it's expensive. I mean, and that's, so it's going to be it's going to be removing the clinic assistant. That's what's going to end up happening. And
Well, I hope that's, yeah.
do not
that's
feel
something.
comfortable with that at all.
Are you
I
open
guess
to making
that
a
is-
curriculum change?
I
Making
am.
it, yeah.
But it's not gonna go through a curriculum. It's because it's gonna be expensive.
But if it's presented that it's meeting the standard.
And this is where CODA has already said we met the standard.
Yeah. And I understand. And when looking at DHBC and CODA, I tend to now look at them very separately.
Yeah. So there's no, I mean, I look at the laws that we've been said that we're in violation of, and there's nothing in those laws that states what those hours should be.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. So I mean, that needs to be put in place, as if you're going to give us, say that we're out of compliance for not meeting a law, the law needs to state why. It needs to state that in the law. And so tell me what that law is of those hours, and I will meet it. But if it's not there, I have nothing to go on saying that this is what the law says.
Your comments have been heard. Thanks, Tona. Yeah. Any other public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 7, discussion and possible to create a dental hygiene educational program task force to address minimum standard requirements. And I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you. On pages 960 through 961, you'll find the memo. During the review of many CODA self-studies, approximately 52 reviews, and board site visits to DHEPs, 63 site visits, staff has discovered several DHEPs who are not holding students accountable to student requirement standards established by CODA, as the intent of CODA standards are open to a program's interpretation. Although most DHEPs are following the standards, there should be more prescriptive requirements established so there is no misinterpretation of what's required. Therefore, board staff requests the Education Committee to recommend to the board for an establishment of a minimum student requirement task force to review DHBC laws, regulations, and CODA standards for potential amendments to regulations, thereby providing DHEPs with guidance as to the minimum requirements students are accountable for completing to ensure all graduates are competent in patient care and license ready at graduation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with everything that we just heard, I'd like to make a motion to establish a minimum student requirement task force of 2 members to allow the board task force members to select subject matter experts to be appointed to the task force and direct the task force to review the DHBC laws, regulations, and CODA standards for potential amendments to regulations establishing minimum student requirements to ensure all graduates are competent inpatient care, and license ready at graduation for recommendation to the full board. Are there any? Is there a second?
This is Julie Elginer. I second that.
Thank you. Any board member discussion?
This is Michael Long. I support the creation of a task force to examine minimum student requirements for dental hygiene educational programs. A focused task force would give us the opportunity to review current standards, gather input from educators and regulators, and ensure that our policies continue to align with the mission of public protection. I'd be happy to volunteer to serve on the task force and contribute to the discussion from both regulatory perspective and my experience in dental hygiene education.
Thank you. Any other committee discussion? I too would volunteer to be on the task force. Are there any in-person public comments?
Tona Steep from DVC. I would like to be, I would like to be considered to be on that task force as well.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment? Mr. Lum would like to comment.
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just want to make a comment about this task force. Normally with task force, we like to blend the licensee members along with the public member. However, with this subject matter being so focused on the educational realm, preferably we'd like to, somebody with experience with not only licensure, but education as well. So thank you.
Not seeing any other public comments. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. And I do have a request from Amber Davis. Amber, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Amber Davis. I was a program director, I'm a dental hygienist, and I was a previous program director at an institution in Southern California for 3 years. I am currently serving as a founding program director for another institution here in Southern California, and I would like to be considered for the task force.
Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, I have Lisa Kamibashi. And Lisa, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device. And this is the moderator. Lisa, if you are speaking, you are currently muted. I'm going to request to unmute your microphone. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, the board members. This is Lisa Kamibayashi. I am the co-director of the dental hygiene program at West Los Angeles College. I would like to nominate myself to be this task force for the minimum requirements for the dental hygiene students to graduate from dental hygiene school. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We have a motion before the committee, and I will ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes for the agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Julie Elginer. Aye. Sonia Pat Hansen,
Aye.
Michael Long, Shradevi Panala.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 8, discussion and possible action to approve the November 8th, 2025 Education Committee meeting minutes. So the meeting minutes are in your packet. Addendum 1, item number 1. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Michael Long. I move for the Education Committee to approve the November 8th, 2025 Educational Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. And is there a second? I saw Sonia.
I second it.
Thank you. Any committee member discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. So the motion before the committee is to approve, since I didn't hear of any amendments, the November 8th, 2025 Education Committee meeting minutes. Gotta turn the page here. So now I will ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Julie Elginer. Aye. Sonia Pat Hansen,
Aye.
Michael Long, Shradevi Panala.
Abstain.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 9, proposal of future agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comments for any future education committee agenda items? Yes.
I want to say that I had a new agenda item recommendation, and I don't want to propose it, but I want to read to you what I wanted to propose.
Okay.
Because after discussion with Cabrillo College, I don't want to move this forward yet, but I want to, after my reading, I want the board to understand where I am with that discussion. So my intention was to propose this, but I'm not going to, but I want you to hear it. I request that the board discuss and, if appropriate, take action regarding possible unprofessional conduct by the Cabrillo College Program Director and dental hygiene faculty licensed by this board. So that's what I would have liked. But after the discussion, I feel it's too soon. But I want everybody to be aware that these are potential actions that the board can take in the future.
I kind of agree with Michael as well. I believe that there's some repercussions from a behavior that is not unethical to a conductive campus or school or program or whatever may have. Because if we're educating professionals, it should come from a professional level.
Other comments from the board? From what I heard today, Michael, it is administration. is what I strongly heard. And we do not license administration. We do license licensees. And moving forward now that we have had the opportunity to have the program director in front of us, I would tend to agree moving forward, but not retrospectively.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. There is also provisions already in the law that has potential actions against licensees that work at dental hygiene educational programs in regards to falsifying documents and things like that, because they're in their capacity as faculty or program director or what have you, they are required to have a valid license, and with that, all the responsibilities that go with that are attached to it. That's in law. So there are provisions in the law that say that if you are falsifying records or things of that nature, the board can take action against that if we're able to prove that that action has been done against the license. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other board discussion? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. And thank you for all attending the Education Committee meeting. This was probably one of the hardest that I've ever participated in. We are now adjourned. What time is it? At 2:26. We will now, I guess, we're going to take a short break. 5 minutes? Okay. All righty.
Thank you.
We will now commence with the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting. Members not on the Legislation and Regulatory Committee will move to the audience from the dais and not participate in the discussion or action of the Legislation and Regulatory Committee. We will go ahead and do a roll call and establish a quorum.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Julie Elginer, and as the Legislation and Regulatory Committee Chair, I'd like to call the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting to order. The time is 2:36 p.m., and I'd like to ask Board Staff Crystal Yayuma to call the roll.
This is Crystal Yuyama, and I will now call the roll. Julie Elginer.
Present.
Wally Agarwal. Absent. Joanne Pacheco.
Present.
Sridevi Panala.
Present.
Nicholas Quach.
Present.
A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 2, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. And the Legislation and Regulatory Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comments section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda for a future meeting. And that comes from Government Code Section 11125 and 11125.7, subsection A. So I'll ask at this point, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, I'll ask, are there any WebEx public comments? And DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click on the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item number 3, which is the status of the Dental Hygiene Board of California regulatory packages. This is an informational item only. And so at this point, I'd like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Doctor. So on pages 969 through 971 of the board meeting materials, you will find the current status of DHBC regulatory packages. Currently, only one package, 1116 and 1116.5 mobile dental hygiene clinics and physical facilities, are currently going through the formal process. Other ones are being developed by staff. And right now, it's currently under DCA's acting director's review. So, quick update.
Thank you. And is there any Legislation and Regulatory Committee member discussion about this agenda item? No? Okay. And are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? And DCA moderator, could you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and seeing none, it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Great, thank you. Agenda item number 4, which is the discussion and passable action on the 2025-26 legislative bill of interest and tentative 2026 legislative calendar. Again, this is information only. And as part of this, I'd like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
It's not informational. There's
discussion and
possible action.
It does say informational only. So let me just revise that this is not informational only. There will be a discussion and potentially vote to take action as part of this. Thank you.
This is the moderator. Apologies. It appears we may have lost audio on WebEx.
How's that?
Much better. If you
All
could
right.
please start from the beginning.
Oh, okay. So on pages 974 through 988 of the board's meeting materials, there's a synopsis of the 2025-2026 legislative bills of interest as of March 16, 2026. However, I have the current information as of March 24th, 2026. Just as an aside, the committee can find the legislative calendar on pages 989 through 990, and the bills themselves may be found on pages 991 through 2885. So the first one is AB 1952 by Berman, Dentistry Dental Hygienists Licensure. The board met on March 13th, thank you very much. March 13th, and took a position of oppose unless amended. You can find that bill on pages 991 through 993. Right, as of 3/2, it was in the Assembly Business and Professions. It may be heard by the committee on April 21st. AB 350 by Bonta, Healthcare Coverage Fluoride Treatments. It's a 2-year bill. As of 9/10 of 2025, it was in the Senate inactive file. I did contact the Assembly member's office, and they said it will be acted upon later in the session to see if it gets, better traction. That's what they said. So that's on page 998 through 1023. The DHBC position on 11.8 was support. There's a new bill, AB 2140, claims against licensees. It includes the Dental Hygiene Board of California. Basically, the bill would increase the minimum fine for a violation of the provision to $100. As that bill is found on pages 1024 through 1027, possibly support or watch. As of right now, there's no change. It's still at Assembly Business and Professions on 3/2 of 26. SB 1311, Dentistry, Dental Assistance, Infection Control course. It was introduced on 2/20, and it was heard in the Senate Business and Professions and Economic Development Committee on March 23rd, 2026. It passed the committee. The board, it's suggested to place an oppose unless amended to include education. The exam, the Dental Assisting National Board Infection Control exam, does not include any education, any coursework in it, and so it's of concern to the board. So that bill can be found on pages 1029 through 1033. SR 82, Senate Resolution 82, Children's Dental Health Month. It was passed in the Senate on 3/5 of 26, and it's already enrolled. So that's on pages 1034 through 1036. There are some other bills we covered in 2025, AB 371. That one died. The DHBC had taken a watch position on that one. Another one is AB 873. This is, again, a 2-year bill. There's no changes, and it was the hearing was canceled at the request of the author. We took an opposed position, but right now it hasn't moved since 7/14 of 2025. It's on pages 1037 through 1065. AB 966, Dental Practice Act for dental schools. That bill died. So it's no longer of concern to the board. Same with AB 980, Healthcare Medically Necessary Treatment. That died as well, and the board had taken a watch position. AB 1130, Dentistry Outreach and Support Programs. There have been no changes since 9/4 of 25. It's on pages 1066 through 1069. The DHBC had taken a watch position on 11/8 of 2025. AB 1232, that bill also died. The board had a watch position on that one. Licensed dentists from Mexico pilot program as of 7/14 of 2025. It was an assembly appropriations. It's a 2-year bill, and the hearing was canceled by the request of the author, and currently there's still no changes or update to that one. AB 1558, it was referred to the Assembly Committee on Health on 3/16 of 2026. It's a new bill, and staff recommends a watch position. It's on pages 1085 through 1095. This would enact the Uniform Emergency Volunteer Health Practitioners Act, which would establish additional volunteers registration systems by additional entities. AB 1563, the Budget Act of 2026, it was introduced on 1/9 of 2026, and there is no changes. It's the Assembly budget bill. AB 1629, dental coverage. It passed the Assembly Health and was re-referred to the Assembly Appropriations Committee on 3/18 of 2026. It's a new bill, and we suggest a watch position. It's on pages 1944 through 1965. This bill would require, where is it? The plan or insurer to pay a non-contracting dental provider directly for covered services. If the non-contracting provider submits the plan or insurer a written assignment of benefits, it would also require non-contracting dental provider to make specified disclosures to an enrollee or insurer before accepting the assignment of benefits. AB 1966 was gutted and amended to emergency services and care, nurse midwives on 3/16/26, so it's of no longer concern to the board. AB 1717, Medi-Cal dental reimbursement, House Extended Care Facility call. As of 2/23/26, it was in the Assembly Health. There's been no changes since 2/23. It's a new bill. Staff recommends watch. It can be found on pages 1968 through 1970. This bill would require that the rate be adjusted to a minimum of 120 per patient per date of service, with subsequent readjustments every 2 years to account for inflation and provider cost data. AB 1760, dentistry by Arambula. It was introduced on 2/9 of 2026. It's a new bill, pages 1971 through 2006. Currently, it's in the Assembly Business and Professions. There have been no changes. This bill would delete the requirement to furnish satisfactory evidence of financial responsibility or liability insurance for certain patient injuries. AB 2029 was gutted and amended, or not gutted, I take that back, was changed from dentistry to the dental plan portal. It can be, it was referred to the Assembly Health on 3/23 of 2026. It's new. Staff recommends watch, and it's on pages 2007 through 2008. And it is enacting legislation that would establish minimum standards for online dental provider information portals to require them to allow a user to verify eligibility, submit claims, access fee schedules, and obtain other critical information to promote transparency, efficacy, and timely access to information necessary for the delivery of dental care. AB 2504, this one was the gutted and amended one. It's amended to community colleges, artificial intelligence, and so it's of no longer concern to the board. AB 2625, Dental Practice Act, foreign dental schools. As of 3/9 of 2026, it's in the Assembly Business and Professions. It's on pages 2011 through 2020. It's a new bill, and staff recommends watch. The bill would require foreign dental schools to, commencing with January 1st of 2027 and every 6 months thereafter, provide an update to the board on the status of foreign dental schools accreditation application. The bill would authorize the board to terminate the maintained approval of a foreign dental school for failure to submit that update and other related provisions to law. AB 2694, currently, as of 3/16/2026, it's in the Assembly Higher Education Committee. The board is taking a watch position. It's on pages 2021 through 2028. This bill would prohibit a community college district baccalaureate degree program from offering that baccalaureate degree program or program curricula substantially similar to a baccalaureate degree program offered by Cal State University or U of C within the geographic region served by that community college. SB 879 is the Budget Act of 2026. It's still in Senate Budget and Fiscal Review. SB 1187 by Durazo, Open Meetings Majority. There have been no changes. It's still in the Senate Local Government as of 3/4 of 2026. This bill would define majority for the purposes of the act to mean the number of members of the legislative body equaling more than half of the total number of seats of the legislative body. It would specify the number of seats of the legislative body, and if there's a seat vacant, that seat is still to be counted as a seat on the legislative body. SB 1390, Healing Arts Standards for Licensure Certification. It's still in the Senate rules as of 3/4 of 2026. This bill would make non-substantive changes to standards for licensure of certification. SB 1391 by Wahab, retired category licenses. Currently, it passed the Senate BP and Ed, or Economic Development, excuse me, and re-referred to Senate Appropriations. This bill would require a board that offers a retired category of licensure to disclose that information on the website. SB 1416, Physicians and Surgeons, Dentists on Professional Conduct. It's by Senator Wahab again, and this bill would reduce the duration for a physician and surgeon or dentist to refund a duplicate payment following the patient request or patient notification to 21 days. I did say it passed. Yeah, I did. And that's on pages 2884 through 2885, and we are done. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Petty, for this thorough review. And just to make sure everyone's clear, there are 28 pieces of legislation that are under consideration. So we are likely going to have some discussion on multiple items. So at this point, I'll ask, is there any legislation and regulatory committee member discussion about any of the bills that have been identified? Any discussion? Oh, okay. I have some. So a couple of things. The first is if everyone can go back to the first bill, which is AB 1952 by Berman, and we discussed this in our special meeting that was held. But just to be clear, this is the chair. This author is the chair of the Assembly BMP. And I also wanted to say thank you to Dr. Petty for putting the bill sponsor on this. That was a request that we made last year, and thank you for thoroughly including that as part of the analysis. I think that's very helpful. I wanted to just ask, had our letter that we voted on, opposed unless amended, that was filed with both with the author and with the Assembly BMP committee, is that correct?
This is Anthony Lam, Executive Officer. Yes, we filed the position letter of the board that was decided upon, which was opposed unless amended.
Right.
And for the dental board to oversee the dentists who are in the bill internationally trained dentists for licensure as
Perfect.
dental hygienists.
Thank you for that update. The next thing that I wanted to make note, and Dr. Petty did mention this, but I want to be clear about this. I went through the Assembly BMP agenda to see when this bill is scheduled to be heard. And as of right now, it is the second bill on the agenda for April 21st. That is subject to change at the committee chair's discretion, who is the author of this bill. So I just wanted to make sure that that's a heads up and that there is some plan for dialing in and hearing the discussion as part of that. So whether it's our board chair, our executive officer, Dr. Petty, myself as the chair, I just want to make sure that we have coverage, that someone is that or multiple people are planning to at least dial in and listen on that date. Okay, great. Thank you. So I have no additional discussion about that. We've already taken a formal opposition. I guess I do have one more, which is if you go to, I want to make sure everybody on this committee knows where you can find up-to-date information about the bills, and that is leginfo.legislature.ca.gov. So again, that website is leginfo.legislature.ca.gov. That's where you can find all up-to-date information. So that's where Dr. Petty gets her information. That's where I get mine. And you can enter in the bill information in there. And specifically, it allows you to be able to read the bill text, the votes, see what the history is of the bill, and whether any bill analyses have been prepared. Those bill analyses are prepared by committee consultants before it goes to a vote. And that information is extremely helpful in terms of what the areas of concern may be and so forth. I'm going to I'm going to reference a bill analysis for a piece of legislation, a committee consultant analysis. I just wanted to make clear so that in the future, anyone can access that information to get up to the date, because things move so quickly in the legislature, especially right now, that from the time that our meeting minutes are published until we have to take action, sometimes a week to 10 days to 2 weeks, so many things can materially change. So I just want to make sure everybody knows where they can get that information. The next that I wanted to, oh yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. Perfect. Yes, please.
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Respectfully, with the board meeting that occurred on March 13th and the board taking the position of oppose unless amended, and for the dental board to oversee the dentists mentioned in the bill, I also have to prepare a plan B.
Right.
And that's if this bill does not get amended. So I just want to let the committee know that we are working on that as well. There's already been a fiscal impact that has been completed, and some, I have to identify some resources and things like that. So I just want to let you know that that's going on behind the scenes as well.
Great. Thank you so much. The next bill, AB 350, we have a position of support and no recommended change. I do want to refer us to the next bill, AB 2140, which is the Healing Arts Reports Claims Against Licensees. This is a new bill, and if we are going to take a position, we'll need to vote on that. Right now, the recommendation is to support, but I wanted to ask if there are any comments, questions, or concerns. This is again AB 2140, and it is bill would increase the minimum fine for a violation of a particular provision from $50 to $100, and it would apply to multiple of the healing arts boards.
Sorry, question for EO Lum on AB 1940 or 1952. What is the fiscal impact if the bill is not amended?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. What I've projected out is roughly $500,000 for ongoing workload and positions that are going to be needed. in talking to many internationally trained dentists who are trying to technically obtain a dental license here in California, there's only minimal slots available for those individuals. So there's a pretty good backlog of individuals who may apply for this dental hygiene license. So I've identified 4 positions, which equivalates to a little over $500,000 ongoing.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions on AB 1952 before we move off? Thank you for the question. Okay. So AB 2140, again, this is, I'll ask if there is any committee discussion around taking a position of support on this bill. Again, this is a new bill that would apply to multiple healing arts boards. Did you have a question? Comment?
Yes, I think we should take the support position for the 2140.
Okay. There is a do you want to move to? Are you moving to take an official position? Okay. So Dr. Pinalla is moving to support AB 2140. Is there a second?
Pacheco, second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Do we need to vote on each individual one, or do you want to vote on a position at the end? I think that there will be more, actually. Should we do it individually? Okay. All right. So at this point, we'll ask for any further discussion after it's been moved and seconded for a position of support for AB 2140, the Healing Arts Reports Claims Against Licensees. Okay. Any public comment on this bill? Any in-person public comment on this bill? Okay, seeing none. DCA moderator, could you please facilitate the raise hand feature for public comment on the motion to support AB 2140?
This is a moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll call for the vote. Crystal, are you able to record the vote for us? Great, thank you.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Lolly Agarwal. Absent. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala.
Aye.
Nicholas Kietquach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move to discussion on SB 1311, Wahab. This is a piece of legislation dedicated to dentistry, dental assistance, and infection control courses. This is a new bill that, as was identified, was introduced in February, was in the Senate BP and Education Economic Development in early March, and it was heard in committee on Monday, 3/23, and it passed as part of that. We did have an opportunity for individuals to listen in on that committee testimony, so I'll just ask for anyone that was able to listen to share some of those perspectives that might pertain to something that we might be concerned about.
I shared it a little bit when I went over it. Basically, the concern is there's no education attached to this. So if they complete, so unlicensed dental assistants are just that. It's, Joe Schmo off the corner. It could be pulled in and sterilize instruments as well as take care of infection control. So the bill would allow an unlicensed dental assistant to complete the National Board Infection Control Examination instead of completing the 8-hour infection control course. And even it was a dentist who was a part of the general dentist committee. What? Yes, thank you. Academy of General Dentistry. And he even pointed out that this bill has no hands-on, no education component. It's just taking the exam. So there's a severe concern, to patient safety with this one.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I also wanted to add a couple of things. Again, this is part of the Senate Committee on Business Professions and Economic Development. This was the committee consultant analysis that was prepared, that was included some additional information. And I found it very helpful as I was thinking through this. One of the things that I also did want to make clear is that this has been keyed as an urgency bill, which means a couple of things. Number one, it just needs a 2/3 majority in both houses to pass, and it would take effect immediately upon passing or upon enrollment. It would not have to wait until next year to become law, according to this. And what has been cited, the reason, the rationale that's in the bill and in the committee consultant analysis is that it is, quote, deemed necessary for public health or safety. So it has already met that requirement to be identified as an urgency bill. The author of the bill is, again, the chair of the Business Professions and Economic Development Committee, which is why this has already likely been heard and moved along. So it seems as though the position that has been recommended is that we oppose unless amended. And I'd like to ask if there is a formal motion to do so, and specifically the position that the committee would like to take. Do you want to move? Go ahead.
Yes, I think the oppose unless amended is appropriate.
Okay.
I second, yes.
So it's been moved and seconded that the committee recommends that we take an oppose unless amended position on SB 1311, and the author is Wahab. Do we want to specifically identify the points of opposition that we are concerned about that could be both recommended to the board and included in our correspondence?
I think that one, this is Pacheco, one that's already been pointed out is a lack of education, but then being allowed to take the examination. Also for me, it's the 100% online training for infection control, learning through video or a series of video training tools, such as sterilization, but then never having the opportunity to touch the equipment. I think that could be very dangerous.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I second President Pacheco, and I think that already it's a very short-term course that we are talking about, and these folks not going into the course, not getting experience on training, and we are expecting them to meet certain expectations. It's really hard when they just pass the test without any practical experience.
Okay, great. Any additional discussion? Staff, do you feel as though you have sufficient information to include as part of a position letter to the extent that the board takes a position on it? Yes. Okay, great. Okay, all right. So at this point, let's open it up for any public comment, in-person public comment. This is on SB 1311, Wahab.
Yes, this is Susan McLaren with the California Dental Hygienists Association, and we have been researching this particular one. I believe this is a redo of AB 873. So we've taken a position of oppose unless amended, but we have offered an amendment. We understand the urgency, but our amendment would include having the dental office assign a licensed person to demonstrate and teach the hands-on portion, and for the office, the dentist, to certify that that has been done and keep that as a record, because we realize that there is no hands-on, but that also it's very specific to an office, so they should be trained for the equipment and the situation that they have in that particular office. So that's our potential amendment.
Thank you.
Hello, Tuka Zokai. I urge the board to not take this position, mainly because of the thoughtfulness that has gone into the crafting of this bill and a lot of the history that has to do with the OSHA requirements, on-the-job training, and the accessibility of the course. One of the reasons that we have the online course is because of its accessibility, with there now being this requirement for the 8-hour course before exposure to blood and saliva, whereas before 2025, there were 120 days of employment and then 1 year to complete the course. I believe we've talked about this at previous meetings. The online course makes it accessible because if there isn't this online course and there needs to be the training before exposure to blood and saliva, then the concern is that individuals won't be able to hire and start working until they can get that that course in person. There is required OSHA training before exposure to blood and saliva. Just wanted to make sure that we are clear about why we have both the online course and its precedent with a use of the online during COVID. I'm seeing some questions.
But the OSHA course is also online.
Yes. Yeah.
See, and there's no hands-on physical, requirement.
That was actually an ask by the board, because the concern before was we had the 120 days of employment, and then we talked about 90 days and 60 days. So the goal was, to have on the job training. But since the law now is that there needs to be training before the infection control training before exposure to blood and saliva, if we have that requirement and no online course, it's going to be very difficult to do hiring, because if it has to be an in-person course and before exposure to blood and saliva, and courses are not always accessible, especially in rural areas, then it's going to make it another barrier to be able to hire. So like we're talking about like the barriers to be able to hire dental assistants. So if we implement two barriers, one is being that the course has to be in person, and it has to be done. I'm seeing question. Okay.
But it's already, it's not, we're not required. It's already.
Since 2025, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's already the 8-hour infection control course, as well as, the OSHA rig. I mean,
So right now we do have barriers to hiring and challenges to enforcement. That the dental board has had extreme challenges with enforcement because the course is not accessible.
right. But what I'm saying is it's not a new barrier. It's been there.
So it to change
Simplification of barrier
Mhm.
for the 8-hour infection, that's been there. That's been in law. So it's not an additional barrier. It's the current.
I see. You're saying from
barrier.
2025, right? So if this bill does not pass, there is a sustained long-term barrier that is currently existing, which is challenging enforcement. So I hope that clears what I'm saying. So it's sort of like setting this existing challenge to be ongoing.
Go ahead, John.
Joanne,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think so. I don't know. Yeah, that's basically what I would like to have considered. So if it's opposed to say it needs to be in person and before exposure to blood and saliva, there will be long-term challenges to enforcement by the dental board, and we will likely see increased challenges in hiring, because right now the board is not able to enforce what is in law.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
what CDHA was suggesting and what we had hoped to talk to the author about is we're okay with online training as long as they have some kind of training prior to being exposed to blood, saliva, and patient care. The lack of having hands-on was the concern for us. And whether it's done through a course or whether it's done by the dental office themselves with a licensed professional overseeing that training in 4 to 6 hours, so that they're able to show that they're competent in all the duties that are required by the infection control standards that we have in law in the, was it 1005? Is it infection control 10 in section 1005? That's what we're saying. So there, which shouldn't be an impediment, because they could take the course, pass the course, they could come into the office, take the 4 to 6 hour training certified by the dentist that they've taken the training, They keep that on, the dentist keeps that on record. If there's any problem, they would have to prove to the dental board that that training was done. They wouldn't have to submit it to them. They could keep it in their offices, have a record of it. If something happens where a violation occurs and it goes to, it goes, something filed, the dentist would then have proof that they had been trained in those areas. Without that proof, then there would be a violation. But if they had that proof, then it would be a different story. So we're trying to make it easy for the dental assistant to get the course online and get the training in the office before they seat a patient or start doing any kind of sterilization. So that's what we're asking. Yes, we're asking the dental hygiene board to make that same recommendation. Allow them to do the online training, but require that they do have hands-on. Certification can be done by the dentist in the office or by someone in the office who's responsible for infection control, some licentiate in the office that's responsible. Dentists would then just maintain that certification in case something did happen in the future that the dental board needed to investigate.
And how would you quantify that hands-on? By hours? What
We're
by 10,005?
again, we're at this point, we're open to that, and we haven't set the hours. We hope to work with the dental association on that one. I know that dental assisting wants that 8, 4, I've heard 4, 6, or 8. To me, the key is that they know how to do what's in 10.
So you're looking for a competency.
Uh-huh. Yeah, basically. So however long we feel that needs to be take to do that, that's again, that's open. I'm not as concerned about the hours as that the skill set's there.
Yeah, and go ahead.
What I was going to say is the unlicensed VA, as well as the infection control person, which is likely an RDH or a DA or RDA, is still going to be under the licensure of a dentist. So ultimately, it should be under the sign off of the dentist.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. The certification would be required by the dentist. Yeah. The training could be done by a licensed professional, but the actual certification would be the dentist because they're ultimately responsible should there be a violation.
Correct. So just listening to the comments, we're looking at a workforce issue, but the second thing is consumer protection. And as a consumer protection board, when I think of infection control and herpetic whitlow and things like that, that could affect someone for life that is not trained properly in infection control, that is my main concern.
Thank you. Any further comments from this was public comment. Okay. Any additional public comments, in-person public comments? I'll turn to the DCA moderator. Could you please facilitate the hand raise feature for any online public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and seeing it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Any additional discussion from the committee? It looks like there is one more in-person public comment.
We'd just like to know that public, could you repeat the motion before they vote on it so we can make sure we understand?
Sure. It has been moved and seconded that the Legislation, Education, and Regulatory Committee Legislation and Regulatory Committee recommend to the board a oppose unless amended position, and that was the motion. We discussed, it's not included in the motion. We discussed specifically the items that would be included as part of staff's letter, which included lack of education, specifically the 100% online training for infection control, some of those kinds of things. And I asked both executive officer and Dr. Petty if they had sufficient information to include as part of the letter to the author's office. And they both felt that based on the discussion that they did.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Is there anything else that you would like to add into the amendment? Hearing further discussion after we agreed to what would be put into the opposition letter. Thank you.
You can amend your motion if you want. There is another public comment? Sure. One more additional public comment.
This is also to help. Hi, this is Tuka again. You said the 100% online training for infection control. So the motion isn't that you're against the online training. It's that online training would need to be paired with XYZ hands-on, or is it? Okay, that clarifies a lot. Thank you. Thank you. So it's not, we don't want an online IC course. Perfect.
Alone. But again, that was not included in the motion specifically. That was the discussion for our staff as part of the comments that would be included in the letter that would be sent to the author as well as committee consultants. It's up to you. I would say probably.
This is Pacheco. We can amend the motion to oppose unless amended, and in the amendments include that there is a hands-on portion to be certified by the dentist. Dental office, dental facility, training dentist. Supervising dentist who's licensed.
So correct me if I'm wrong, council, we first take a vote. Has that been seconded? Sorry, that motion has been made. Is there a second? Dr. Pinal, did you want to?
The amended motion.
The amended motion.
Yes, I second it.
It's been, is it seconded?
Mhm.
Okay, so any additional discussion on that? And I believe we vote on the amendment and then the amended motion, and then we go back to vote on the original motion. Is that correct?
You can just vote on the amended motion.
Okay, all right, great. So additional public comment on the amended motion that's been moved and seconded to include the component around the hands-on certification by the licensed the dentist. Okay, at this point, so hearing none in person, let's, DCA moderator, could you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment online on the amended motion?
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Great, thank you. Before we call for the vote, any additional discussion or comments from committee? All right, hearing none, I'll ask Crystal Yuyama if you could call for the vote.
This is Crystal Yuyama, and I will now call the roll. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Lolly Agarwal, absent. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala.
Aye.
Nicholas Kiet-Quach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. There are a few additional bills that have been identified as bills of interest, and I want to call your attention to a couple of these. Dr. Petty identified several of them. There are ones that we may need to or want to remove from our watch list, but I do want to point out a couple. The first is the one AB 371 has died, as mentioned. The next is AB 873. This is the bill, I believe we have a opposition currently on record. Is that correct, Dr. Petty? And right now, it passed the assembly with urgency clause included last year, and then it was in the Senate Business and Professions. A bill analysis has been prepared by the Senate, but there is no movement. And again, this is likely in response to SB or the bill that had died of exactly 1311 that we have just been discussing. So chances are if 1311 is currently moving. This one will not see any additional movement. Okay. A couple of other bills to just draw your attention to. AB 966. Dr. Petty has already identified that has died. We have a watch position. The next AB 980, Arambula, medically necessary treatment for healthcare. We currently have a watch position. That bill has also died. AB 1130 from Berman. This is in the Senate inactive file. We currently have a watch position on it. AB 1232, we currently have a watch position that has also died. The next is AB 1307. We currently have a watch position on it, and it's been referred to the Senate Business and Profession. So it's moved. I do want to just make a quick note, and Dr. Petty, you may have mentioned this. What is listed in our bill packet is that it's at the Assembly Appropriations. It is actually moved out of the House of Origin and has been referred to the Senate Business and Profession and Economic Development Committee as of last year. So it did move out of the House of Origin as in the other house, but it has not, there's no movement as of now. The next is AB 1558, Arambula. This is a new bill, and this is the Emergency Volunteer Health Practitioners Act. We do not have an official position as of right now, but the recommendation is that we take a watch position. It has been referred, the information that is in our bill packet was that it might be heard in committee on 2/8/26. It has been referred to the, exactly, as of 3/16, correct. All right, so if we are going to take a position on it, we would need to, do we need to vote on a watch position, or is it just, we don't need to vote on watch, right? Yeah, okay, so we will plan to keep this as a watch only. A couple of other ones then as part of this. We AB 1696, this is the bill that has been repurposed. I'm from the Department of Consumer Affairs Director's Powers and Duties. It is now sponsored by the California Nurse Midwives Association. It's been repurposed into emergency services for nurse midwives. My suggestion is that we take it off our list. We don't need to have it as a watch position on a go forward. So a couple of others that also fall into that. One is AB 1760, that is a new bill sponsored by the Dental Board of California. And there is additional information around the implication for dental assistance that is not included in this summary as part of it. So I just want to make sure that that is the recommendation right now is that it would be a watch position. So no official vote is needed on our half, but it does include dental assistant language that's included in the bill specifically. The next one that we would likely be removing, which would be AB 2504 from Bauer Cahan. This is the bill that has been repurposed, as Dr. Petty said, from dentistry licensure to community colleges, AI and employment dislocation. It is currently recommended that we watch it, but we are actually going to revise and remove that from our package due to the revision of the bill. And then there are several other bills that are included. The rest would all be watch positions. So that includes AB 2625. That includes AB 2694. That includes SB 879, SB 1187, SB 1390, SB 1391, and finally SB 1416. Those are all new bills, but they would be included as watch positions specifically. So no action needed from that. Okay. I believe then we took positions on 2 additional bills. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Oh, is there public comment?
AB 2694. Um, I think a watch is a good position, but again, this one I really think that there should be a watch, a watch in italics or watch in bold. We've spent a lot of time working with the chancellor's office. We had a bill that now allows dental hygiene programs to grant a baccalaureate degree. My concern is with geographical area. How are they going to define geographical area? Because we have programs in areas that are close to a UC, and they're close to a California State University, but those programs do not offer dental hygiene. So to me, that again, I'm concerned that there could be restrictions put on that with geographical area. Or did you interpret it's just if they have it?
Only if they have a hygiene program. So
Okay.
I don't think any Cal State or
No,
besides UOP and
they're not as Cal State.
yeah, no, I don't think it would affect any of our programs.
Okay, so it would have to have the curriculum already there.
Yeah, it would have to have a dental hygiene program.
Right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for asking. And just for clarification, that bill does have strong bicameral support. It's also authored by Senator Cortese as a co-author, plus Assemblymember Bonta. So that bill, it looks as though that's going to be moving through the legislature with strong bicameral support. Okay. Let's see. I believe that concludes agenda item number 4. And we'll move then to discussion and possible action to approve the November 8th, 2025 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes.
Pacheco, so moved.
So as chair, I will present this agenda item. The legislation and regulatory meeting minutes can be found in addendum 1, item number 2. And is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
Pacheco, motion to approve.
Is there a second? I was on the committee, so I will second it. Okay. And is there any committee member discussion? Right. How about are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, could you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon. Or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Great, thank you. The motion before the committee is to approve the November 8th, 2025 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes. And I now ask Crystal to call for the vote on that agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Lolly Agarwal. Absent. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala.
Abstain.
Nicholas Kiet-Quach.
Abstain.
It's not passed. B2.
The motion has not passed. Failed.
Do we need a revised motion then? Okay, so is there a motion to approve the November 8th, 2025 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes?
A motion to approve.
Okay, moved. And is there a second?
A second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any committee discussion? Okay, let's ask for any in-person public comment. Seeing none, is there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, could you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. So the motion before the committee is to approve the November 8th, 2025 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes. And I'll now ask Crystal to call for the vote on this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Ali Agarwal, absent. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala. Nicholas Kiet-Quach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Leg number 6, proposal of future agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comments for a future legislation and regulatory committee agenda item? I'm not sure if this would be appropriate here or tomorrow or both, but I would like to suggest that we set a date for a teleconference meeting to review the pieces of legislation that are currently that we have opposed, supported, or taking position of and or watching. And I'd like to make sure that that is discussed.
Pacheco, motion to hold a meeting.
I think it's just a future agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah, it's future.
I want it. Oh,
Okay. Are there any additional committee recommendations or comments for future LegRed committee agenda items?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just want to say so noted for the Bills teleconference meeting.
Okay, thank you. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. And they do have a request from Amber Davis. Amber, you'll be given 2 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good afternoon again, everyone. This is Amber Davis. I am the founding program director working on starting a dental hygiene program. I just wanted to know, this isn't for a future agenda item. This is just on the Business and Professional Code, so the BPC 1941. I believe the last meeting in November, it was going to the full educational board. I just want to know where we stand with that. And that's the one about the accrediting by regional or national verbiage, just that verbiage that's in there.
All right, this is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to adjourn the Legislation and Regulatory Committee. This is agenda item number 7. So thank you for attending the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting, and we will now adjourn at 3:39 p.m.
This is President Pacheco, and as Dr. Elginer said, thank you for attending, and we will resume tomorrow morning, March 28th at 9 a.m.